I actually have the AC on the defrost right on the windshield, so the solar heat, where it could see the backside of the phone, was actually heating it up more than, because we had the heater on the floor. It was overheating the phone, to be perfectly honest. Something out. All the learning pains of becoming a streamer on YouTube. But on the good side, Tracy was nice and toasty. She smiled when I said that. I'm just trying to keep the stream from going down on you guys. You know, figured if I put it up here, then the sun can't really get to the phone quite as much. I've got the defroster on AC, so it's blowing a little bit of cool air up towards the front, towards the windshield. I'm trying here. I really am. And I know that line on the top really kind of sucks for viewing, but what's keeping the camera out of the sun. So when I get a chance, if we stop for fuel or a potty break, I'll try to get you a little bit better camera angle. See if I can't move it down. This was just kind of a while driving attempt to fix. And this mount is really good. It holds onto the windshield pretty dang good. It's kind of a pain to try to reposition the entire phone mount while driving. So I do apologize that the camera angle isn't as spectacular as the other one was. It's the towel and stuff that protects my dash from the radio, or from the radio sliding around and getting scratched. Because this is just a temporary installation for the CB, not a permanent mount. Because again, this isn't technically my radio. It's my coworker's radio that passed away. So most likely gonna have to turn it back into work when I do get back. So, but my boss was good enough to let me borrow it. He was a veteran and a lifelong truck driver. And honestly, I believe that if he was still alive, this is something he would have came on. You know, true patriot. So. A nice way to honor him. You know, I could have easily gone out and just bought a really nice radio, but this one's is a nice radio. You know, it's got a little tune to it. You know, it's done a real good job. You know, probably gonna have to take it to a radio shop and get a few things cleaned up. The volume knob's starting to act a little wonky. Probably just needs to be cleaned up. A little bit of contact cleaner probably would fix it up, or replace the knob, because sometimes it'll bounce and it'll go full volume even though it's not turned up to full volume. So I had to switch out the mic because the mic cord developed a short in it. Again, nothing too major. I've cut wires and rewired mics a billion times. It's just a matter of I have to have the free time to do it. His child says, good morning, Eric. Good morning, Tracy.
He does?
His child.
His child. Good morning, good morning.
Yeah. Tracy took herself a little nap. I am so glad we're out of the rain, too. I will tell you, having it a little bit closer like this up on the dash definitely makes it a little easier to read what you guys are saying, because it's not so far away from me. I just know it's not the optimal view for you guys. Probably the wildlife.
You can probably hear me yawning.
Oh yeah. This picks up pretty good. You can't, some streamers will try to whisper and, so it doesn't get on live. No, this picks up everything. You got to pretty much understand that pretty much anything you say is going out to however many people are watching at the time. And then this is recording. So then there's people that will come back and watch it after the live.
Right.
And then you can have, I've got a few videos where there's like 2,000 people that have looked at it or more, after the live was over. So you definitely have to think about what you're saying and, just, that's about it. Because once you put it out there, it's on the internet, it's out there for the world to hear and see and the whole nine yards.
Well, this is all for everybody in the world.
Yep. Yeah, it's not too hard for me. I'm not, I'm not having to really like sit here and not be myself. This is just kind of the person I am. So it's not like I'm sitting here biting my tongue too much. There's a few things that, if I get angry, I think everybody, if they get angry about something, instinctively, they may want to sit here and say something and whatnot. In that type of situation, I've got to sit here, I've got to calm down, and I've got to think about the, what's better for the convoy, what needs to be out there, what doesn't need to be out there, and, I was angry about a few situations, and that's why I didn't go live stream.
Are you saying you're human?
I'm human. I think everybody's human. Well, hopefully everybody's human, unless there's some of our aliens. We could have some aliens.
I wonder sometimes.
Yeah, so,
I'm teasing.
I know. They know you're teasing. So, when you have a audience that's worldwide, you can't just be a hothead, say whatever is on your mind, and then regret it later, because in the heat of the moment, that may be, you're not thinking clearly. I try to make sure that I'm in a nice, equal state.
Oh, look at this view coming
Yep,
up.
that's beautiful.
Windows.
Yeah, Tracy's riding with me.
Wow.
Yep. So and I think in any conversation, if you're in the heat of the moment, you're not thinking with the logical side of your brain, and that's always a bad position to be in whenever you're trying to have a conversation about anything. If you're hot and you're upset about something, you should take the time to stop, calm down, think everything through, and then deal with the situation from there. I've said it before, some people are just a little too reactive to situations, and they need to sort of just take a minute, think about everything, and let the logic center of your brain kind of dictate your behavior and what you say, because
It's usually a buildup of a lot of different things before you finally get to that point.
Yeah. But in the heat of the moment, a lot of people, they're using a different portion of their brain, and they're just reacting. I get into a very defensive, reactive state, and I'm not thinking about exactly, I'm like, okay, I'm just trying to deal with the situation right then and there. And, sometimes things don't come out exactly the way I mean them, exactly the way I meant to say them.
Right.
And then that ends up getting worse because then the other person isn't getting my true meaning because I wasn't focused on what I was saying and things didn't come out, exactly the way I meant them, That causes more problems.
That also works alternatively the other direction when we get excited about something. Like if you see something so beautiful.
Thank you for the update. I appreciate that.
You go, oh my gosh, look at that.
Yeah.
And then,
So they just told me that I had to move the phone up a little bit on the dash because the sun was beating on it and the phone kept overheating. I'm going to try, if we stop for a break, I'm going to try to sit here and get a little bit better camera angle. I apologize, that's my tint strip, which is blocking the sun from hitting the phone. I kind of did it while driving. This mount's kind of a pain. It's got that sticky type window mount. Works really good. It hasn't fallen off, but it is really a pain to try to move and whatnot. So I do apologize.
they'll know if it falls off.
Oh, yeah, they'll know. They'll go for a ride, but
They'll be going, oh.
it ain't gonna fall off. That thing is literally, you have to use two hands to get it to release from the window. So I mean, it's not a simple task of pop the lever, just yank the thing off, stick it in another place and go. So I do apologize for the camera angle. It's the best I can do in a moment to keep the phone from continually overheating. Just kept it on overheating on me. So
I gotta put it back down.
yeah, so I got the back window. Actually, put that one on. I got this one. There we go. I know. We'll just go out the back window. So yeah, I do apologize. I try to do my best.
They're not falling out, but they're open.
Okay.
They'll get stale so quick.
Yep. Yep. Yeah, I mean that's an option too. This is the first time that I've had the phone overheat, so unfortunately I'm not a professional YouTuber. Basically the guys on the other streams, Joe's, Ripta's, the guy I call Mr. TikTok, which is like Renaissance something. I never Golden Renaissance, I think, or something. I've just always called him Mr. TikTok. You viewers asked me to start this stream, so I'm just kind of learning as I go. So call it the pains of a new streamer.
Practice makes perfect.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of is what it is, but I'll get this thing figured out. I mean, heck, I've got that wireless mic system. I'm gonna try to get the drone with the wireless mic system going, so we can do some video shots. But you can also hear like the horns honking, because drones themselves don't have any type of microphones. So usually, if I do drone footage, yeah, you can see stuff, but you don't hear anything. So I'm gonna try to do some unique stuff and be able to take aerial drone footage and have some audio for you guys to be able to hear. Like I said, I pretty much, when I put my mind to something, I try to do it 110%. So, I may not be the best streamer, but I'm going to try my hardest to give you the best that I can come up with and try to do some unique stuff. So, we'll just see how it all works out, I used to make videos. That's pretty cool. Yeah, if anybody's got any ideas on how to use, we're using Prism right now to live feed. Anyway, well, I guess it would be recording, so I could record drone footage and then I'd have to upload it. I don't think there's any way I could live stream the drone image and then mix in sound. So that might be one of those where I'm just going to have to record audio on one device, do the drone footage on another, and then mix it together in post-processing. Oh, I'm pretty much planning to stay with Prism. It sounds like the streams are a lot more stable when you use Prism.
Is that an app?
Prism is the app that we're using right now to stream onto YouTube. So yeah, that's the app that we're using to do this live streaming right now. Mainly because even though I've met all the requirements for YouTube to be able to stream on the actual YouTube app, their system that allows you to do that hasn't registered all the viewer hours to allow me to do that yet. I have not checked. I'm going to have to check again. One of the streamers told me that YouTube 21st. Media said no, it's only a 3-day process. A little free website and figure out what my screen. I'll have to go in settings. Yeah, brightness is all the way up, but the screen dimmed on me, so now it's harder to see the chat. I'm gonna have to go into settings.
It's hard
Yeah,
to
the
drive
phone.
and do all that too
Yeah.
at the same time.
That's why I try not to do too much. I mean, but I'm touching the phone. The phone's not getting hot now, so.
I just wonder if they must make some kind of shield type thing. I'm just making this up, but it seems like there ought to be some kind of, like a cup type thing that you have that just lets the lens of the camera come through.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
They probably do. There's probably.
I don't know. I just thought of that.
I mean, there's probably setups like that. Like the viewers said, some of the streamers have small fans that just kind of blow on it. I know there's certain phones you can get like packs that go on them. You know, more of the gaming style phones that do get hot. They have clip-on fans that will actually cool the phone off. I don't know how that would work with this mount because this is a wireless charging phone holding mount. So yeah.
Something like that with the camera hole.
Yeah.
It's white on the outside.
Yeah, to reflect. Yeah, that might be an option too. Maybe I can get something that'll reject the heat, reflect it off.
We'll have to look online.
Yeah, like I said, this is the first time the phone's done this. So yeah, I'll figure it out. I'll do some research tonight.
I'm sure you will.
Like I said, there's just not a lot I can do with us driving down the road to the next destination. But I'll make it work.
Yeah, anything we want to do, we
Yep.
can figure it out.
Yep. Yeah. The wings are getting a little wild now. Starting to get blown around a little bit.
I wonder if that blows him around up there with that truck.
Oh yeah. But he's a professional truck.
Yeah, he's got the weight.
Yeah. Yeah, he's also got the weight that helps plant him too. Yeah.
But you can tell he's looking at the flag in front of us.
Yeah. I mean, if I have to, I'll sit here and slow down. The faster you go, the more susceptible you are to decide
How much do those great big flags cost?
which great big flags.
The really big, nice ones. I was thinking it'd be nice to have a couple of them up in front of the ambulance.
Yeah.
Even if it's on that truck, I just think that would be nice.
I don't know.
I don't know how expensive they are.
I don't know.
I've never been to a flag shop or any of these little stands.
Yeah.
I went to that stand that was with the Convoy for a while
Yeah.
for something else. It wasn't for a flag. Oh yeah, that was where I got my first flag.
Yeah.
It was a cheap one. It kind of fell apart real quick. They had other ones. I just paid them like $20. So I didn't really shop.
Yeah.
I think those ladies are supposed to
Jesus,
back
it's a
up.
pain to remove. Which is good because then it doesn't fall off. thing's a pain to move, guys. I felt bad for you guys, so no, I got it. You can see I drive better with my knee than I usually do with my hands. No, I'm kidding. Let's see if we can try to. It's just I'm also fighting wind. See, look at how much correction I'm doing with my knee. I do. Hey, you know, you got to do what you got to do, you know.
100 miles per hour winds.
Yeah.
Leg.
Well, I'm a professional driver. I drive for a living, you know. I may not be an over-the-road truck driver, but turn this a little bit this way. Just let it off the mount. Let's see. Come on, get in there. There we go. Lock that in. Focus.
So nice to just
Let's see if we
back.
can. Let's see. Not really using the CB anyways. Alright, that's about as best as I can do right now, guys. See if the focus is. There we go, got the focus. Yeah, you can hear the wind noise coming through my door, so you know I'm getting hit by a lot of side wind. But unfortunately, right now, that's about the best I can do. I think the phone's still out of the sun. You know, still alive. Hello, who's this? Okay, well, what's up, Jeanette? I do not know. I didn't count them. I was kind of busy doing everything else. Well, I can see two behind me. Okay. I didn't count them. I was kind of dealing with all the other stuff. So, yeah, I honestly don't know.
I think there's.
All right.
I think there's 15.
Yeah, hopefully not. So, all right, bye-bye.
Are you talking about this here?
Hold on one second. This wind noise right in my ear.
Yeah.
You gotta talk right at me.
Sorry.
No, you're fine. It's just I got this wind buffing coming through the door jam.
I was wondering if you were talking about how many were in our mini Convoy.
Yeah, that's what Jeanette.
I think I counted them earlier, but I took a nap since then. I think that there's 15. I'll count them again. I gotta wait till we're on the hill.
Yeah, don't go into other people's streams. I'll talk to the streamers directly. You know, I appreciate you guys trying to talk to Saznak and stuff like that. But I'll work that off camera. You know, it's just, you know, that's how I like to do it. You know, just like when I when I was promoting my Cash App, I always pulled the streamer off to the side and asked for permission. You know, I don't want anybody to feel like they're being pressured into doing something they don't want to do. So, like I said, I'll get with the streamers. I'll talk to them in person, and you know, if they want to assist, or if they, you know, they all know who Tracy is. You know, I mean, to be perfectly honest, I mean, I probably would not be still in this convoy because she's one of the people that actually helps to keep me grounded. You know, there's been times where, you know, I've just had such a horrible day that I'm like, I'm done. I'm just done. You know, I don't need to take this. You know, whatever. And you know, she's one of the people that has actually been here to help center and ground me, and keep in mind that this is more important than all the little bickering and all the all the other stuff that's going on, and that we're on a mission. It is what it is. So, I mean, I'm going to do what I have to do to make this right and get her home back going. Like I said, even if this ends up being a situation where I foot the entire bill, I sure in hell hope I don't have to, but I'm going to make this happen. If you guys want to help me make it happen, that's great. I'm not a person, you don't see my Cash App being bounced across my screen every 3 seconds. I mean, every once in a while my moderator will put it up, and I appreciate them doing it, but I haven't asked them to do that. I'm not out here begging for people to give me money constantly. I sit here and I tell you guys what's going on, and it's 100% up to you guys. I'm not out here. I'm gonna, in the end, I'm gonna make this happen. If you guys want to be a part of it, and you guys want to help me, and make it so it's not a financial burden on me, that's great. But regardless, it's gonna get done. It's just.
Or if they want to consider going on the road, it gives you comfort to know that nobody gets left behind.
And I've proved that. Yeah, I've proved that statement over and over. I don't leave people, on the side of the road. The only person that ever got left on the side of the road, and I was not in charge, so it wasn't my decision. I couldn't do squat about it. When we left Monrovia, it was like the first couple of days. It was the first convoy I'd been on, because I joined in Monrovia. A gentleman with a newer truck pulling a large camper sat here and had his oil line come off of his turbo, and he didn't stop in time, and he completely locked his motor. Nothing I could do in that situation. There just was nothing I could do. He had him. He wasn't completely. He wasn't alone. I don't even know if he was just riding with us to the county line. We do get a lot of people that'll join the convoy, and because I had never seen him before, because I had never been in the convoy before, and it wasn't my decision. It was I did what I could do. I called up ahead. I talked to whoever I could talk to, and the gentleman said, we're fine. I believe, if I remember, I heard he did end up on a trailer. He did end up at the next convoy point, but I never actually caught up with him to find out what he did and what the situation was. So, I mean, technically, no, he didn't get left behind either, because he did get to the next stop. So that did work out, but I don't know how he resolved his issues. But as far as I know, other than that, I'm not aware of anybody else that's been left behind. I got Dustin back up on the road. He came. I got Wendy back up on the road. He's still with us. I got Tracy. I'm trying to think who else broke down on the side of the road. We've had so many.
There's not been anybody left behind. I didn't know about the guy that you just talked about.
Well, like I said, that's the only one that I know of. But like I said, you also got to keep in mind, that was the day that side of, by the somebody whatnot, but it was like midnight. It was late. Everybody was pretty much in bed by the time we got there. So, I didn't really have a chance. It was more of a, hey, whatever happened to that truck, type question once we got to basically Hagerstown. I know he didn't come to Hagerstown. That truck stayed probably in that other state, or they took it to a shop, or whatever the case. I mean, like I said, it was a newer truck. It was probably under warranty, so he's probably fine.
I did the count. I don't know for sure. You said there was 2 behind us. Is that right?
Hold on, I'm trying to read this.
Okay.
Yeah, everything's gonna be just fine. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what the situation is. A kind-hearted transmission shop, maybe. It's most of the the expense on this is going to be labor. You know, I mean, yeah, there's going to be hard parts. You know, it's going to need a transmission. I can guarantee that. I can guarantee 100% it's going to need a transmission. But clutches and bands and all that stuff, I mean, that's not $1 million. It's the labor. It's the labor. So I mean, if there's a shop owner that just wants to help this lady out, you know, that right there, that takes a huge amount of the cost out of this. Hard parts, you know, clutches, bands, torque converter, you know, it's the labor. That's what it is. If that doesn't come to be, you know, and then we just got to pay a shop their full rate, you know, then that's what it is too. You know, I mean, it is what it is, you know, and we'll just roll with it. You know, we've got that damn book of auto repairs. Yeah.
Cost 160 plus.
Alex tape plates so the air blows on his phone from the dash. That's pretty cool. That's a good idea. I'm actually up higher, and now the actual tint strip seems to be protecting the phone from the sun. So for the moment, the phone's nice and cool to the touch. So this may be more of its permanent location. So last time we rebuilt mine, a little over $200 in parts. And unfortunately, I've always wanted to learn how to do a transmission, but you know, I'm not going to learn on somebody else's. It's just not something I ever encountered. You know, like I said, transmission shops specialize in transmissions. I never worked for a transmission shop. I worked for an auto repair shop. You know, if we had a blown transmission, you know, we'd clean out the cooler lines, you know, so on and so forth, and we would take the old transmission out and we put a new transmission in, or we would send it off to the transmission shop. It just was never in my wheelhouse. It wasn't something that we did, you know. I actually want to learn how to do transmissions, just for my own stuff, because I'm a penny pincher and I've got monster trucks, and you know, if I toast a clutch in the transmission of my big mud toy, I'm cheap. I just want to learn how to fix it so that I can fix it, because it would get real expensive to be in that hobby if every time a transmission goes out I got to pay, you know, $3,000 to fix it, when like this other gentleman said, it's like $200 in parts. So at some point, you know, I definitely am gonna try to dig into it. I've been watching a lot of really good videos on YouTube and TikTok. I follow that gentleman that does all the transmission stuff on TikTok. Everybody knows who he is. I can't remember his name off the top of my head, but he's on I follow him, and his videos come up and they're very informative. You know, at some point I may, I am pretty mechanically, you know, skilled, so, you know, I just, I know there's a lot about making sure that you shim parts correctly and get the right end plays, and, you know, it's just not something I've ever done. So, I mean, you know, I may try it. I've got a spare transmission for one of my trucks, and, you know, that needs repair, and, you know, I'll sit here and I'll try to follow the videos and, you know, look up, see what kind of paper material I can get. And, you know, I'll give it a whirl, and, you know, hopefully I get it right. And if I don't, well, it's my own little mud toy, and if it blows up, you know, it's just stuck in a mud hole. It's not out on the road. I'm not gonna sit here and try to rebuild somebody else's transmission, you know, that they have to rely on. You know, that's just the way it is. You know, I don't have that skill set, so, you know, you can't be good at everything. You know, I mean, you can be good in certain areas, but I don't think there's any mechanic that's experienced in every aspect of working on cars. You know, if you're out there claiming that, you know, either you've had a lot of experience and a lot of schooling, and you just are that guy. But in reality, most mechanics specialize in certain fields, certain areas. You know, You know, if you've got a guy that does transmissions, he's not going to rip apart your diesel motor and change everything in there. It's just that's a special. He's a transmission guy. You got a top end diesel tech. You know, yeah, he can rip that motor down and, you know, clean it and put it back together in, you know, next to no time. But he's not going to be ripping apart an automatic transmission. I rebuilt the Turbo 400 on the side of the interstate. Well, maybe then when I get back home, you can sit here and help me rebuild my Turbo 400. I've got a manual shift body on it, and I need to sit here and I want to reverse the manual valve body so that I can change the direction of the gears, so it's first, second, third instead of third, second, first. I want to change that around on there, and I kind of messed up, and on that Turbo 400, it was when I put a secondary transcooler on there. I've got a huge transcooler on that truck. Okay, I got a phone call coming in. Hello? What's up? Okay, and you guys are fine? Okay. Alright, no problem. If anybody sits there and starts yelling on the radio, I'll just, I'll let them know. Alright? Okay. Alright, cool beans. Alright, so I guess there's a... They're just doing some...
Kitchen. Did you see that?
Yeah.
The whole kitchen.
So, yeah, you know, so I didn't know. Like I said, I ended up buying the for all vehicle transmission fluid in the Turbo 400, and you know, I got a little bit of pump whine while I was operating it. Didn't realize that the newer oils are thinner for gas mileage purposes. So I haven't gotten around to it. I'm going to drain it out. Been recommended to run AW32 tractor oil. It's not quite as harsh as running Ford F-Type. Ford F-Type will engage the clutch a lot harder. I don't really need that hard engagement because I have so much gearing in that truck. So I'm going to try the AW32. Plus, it's also a hell of a lot cheaper. And see if that pump whine goes away. But if it doesn't, I'm probably going to have to rebuild that transmission. I'm hoping I didn't damage it. But hey, the temps never got hot. It stayed under temperature. That I've got dual tranny coolers. I've got literally the biggest bolt-on tranny cooler that you can get, because you know, on that truck, because it's got like a 3,500 RPM stall converter on my little monster truck. So you know, I knew that was going to generate some heat, and it was just one of the things I had to kind of tackle. And yeah, it never got hot. It definitely rocks. You know. So yeah, just got to figure that out when I get home. I'm already missing mudding season. We're starting to do some mudding up in Wisconsin, and been invited to a couple of events, and you know, because my truck, she ain't the fastest, she ain't the most powerful, but she puts on a good show, and she's fun to watch go through mud holes, you know. And you know, been invited to a couple of events, and you know, just another sacrifice I'm making for the Convoy. But it's all good, you know. When I get home, I'll get her straightened out. What are you shocked is still even there? Yeah. Yeah, yeah, it is definitely addictive. Jeff, what were you saying? You're shocked it's still there. Smoker you passed. Oh.
Oh, he noticed it too. Yeah, that was a nice one.
I was just kind of focusing. I kind of zone out. Either I'm, glancing up at what you guys are writing, which I have to admit, this new camera angle brings the phone a little closer to me and makes it a little bit easier to see what you guys are saying. Smoking past is on the side of the road.
Yeah, it was a nice looking one. Whoever left it there comes back and gets it before somebody
There's vans here, but I don't know where Gary is.
Oh, well.
They called me and they said they were pulling over for just a second, then to catch right back up.
Glad they let you know. So, if we had two behind us, our mini convoy today here is 15. If there's two behind.
That's fine. So, yeah, like I said, hopefully I didn't damage the transmission. It's just a little bit of noise because of the fact that the fluid was a little too thin. We'll see what happens. I'm going to dump it and I'll put a little thicker fluid in there, and hopefully the pump whine goes away from the transmission. It sounded cool. It sounds like the truck had timing gears. But I guarantee it wasn't good.
Who's that white van? Is that part of our convoy?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, he's been part of the convoy.
Okay, well that might have changed the number. I'm not sure.
I think, yeah, he's got a. I think he is maybe.
I'm not sure. He went up along.
Yeah. There has been a white Ford van that's been rolling with us. He must have slept in. I don't really usually see a lot of the cars because I'm not usually in the convoy. I'm always in the back about 10, 20 miles. So I know there is a white van that's been with the convoy. I'm assuming that's probably him. Then there's an officer of the law.
Yeah.
Yep.
A bunch of horses down here.
Yeah.
These people that live out in these places, I say stuff about the animals and stuff, and they're like, yeah, so what? Because they see it all the time.
Yeah. Oh, Jeff's calling me. And I don't have my AirPods with me right now. Kind of had a busy day. Sorry, Jeff. What's up? Well, I want to make an announcement on that because we're going to be, and I'll say it here on the stream, but I don't have the information. Well, I do have the information, but it's going to be a little hard to pull up right now. For transparency, what we're going to be doing is there was some people that were questioning what was specifically donated for the mechanics fund and what was donated to me. So we're just for transparency, we're going to we have a separate account that we're going to be doing that's just straight mechanics fund, and then there's going to be a completely separate that's actually going to be in Hippie's name. She's going to be handling all the mechanics fund part of the convoy.
Good.
So then we'll be turning in receipts, and then anybody that donates to that fund, that will directly be just for tools, parts, so on and so forth, for the convoy. So that's going to be happening. Yeah, so I mean that's going to be. We were going to go live last night, but then we had to kind of deal with how we were going to get Tracy to the next stop, and it just never really happened. So probably tonight, me and Hippie will go live, and we will put out what the mechanics fund's account is. I know it's on Santa's. It was on the Santa stream where they did talk about it because somebody asked about it. And that will be a dedicated mechanics fund. So whatever you donate to that will just be 100% for a mechanics fund. And then I will have my Cash App. I'll have my... Okay, Jeff, hold on. Then I'll have my Cash App that will just be strictly donations to me that I can do whatever I want to do with. If I choose to buy parts, if I choose to kind of do what I've been doing, then, you know, you're basically just trusting me to do whatever I want to do with that money. You know, if you're donating to my Cash App, it's to help me. If I need to buy a pair of shoes or soda or whatever, you know, that'll make it more transparent. So then the question will never be, well, were these donations for Eric or were these donations for the mechanics fund? So that's how we're just going to handle that situation from here forward. And that live will go out with me and Hippie, and we'll put out all that information. And you know, that's just how we're going to handle it from here on out. So that way, you know, there's complete transparency. You know, we know exactly what the donations are for. You know, if they go into that account, then that's the mechanics fund. If it goes into my account, then it's basically whatever you know, then you're trusting me to do whatever I want to do with it. If it's helping me out, you know, so on and so forth. So we're just going to do that, you know, for the straight out transparency, and we'll be announcing that with the information probably later tonight. You know, it depends on how far behind the convoy we are. We'll go on live and we'll announce all that information at that point in time. So just be ready to watch the live there. Okay, go ahead, Jeff. Right now, I don't want to do anything into my Cash App for the moment until we actually post that live where the option is out there. So right now, I'd like you guys just to hold off on any donations till later tonight when we actually get that out there, just so that we have that transparency buffer. And you know, it's just, you know, everybody's gonna be happy. You know, there's been one person that's pretty much the only person that's kind of been complaining. You know, everybody else seems to have been fine with how things have been going, but you know, we want it. You know, it's come to that point. We just need to have that transparency out there, and we'll just see where the donations go. If they go into the mechanics fund, then that's what we want to give you that choice. You know, we want to give you that option, that choice, and I'm 100% behind that. You know, I have no problem with transparency. You know, Trucker G looked at my Cash App, and you know, and he didn't squawk at anything he saw. So, like I said, you know, you guys have always trusted me to do what was right, and you know, but at least then we have that option that if you specifically want to donate to just the mechanics fund, that's what it'll be. So, like I said, you know, I appreciate you guys asking about helping me out and helping, you know, the convoy, and I just think that's going to be the best way to do it. And yeah, we may set up a Cash App. Like I said, this is in its infancy at the moment. We probably that is probably a good idea, is just to set up a Cash App directly for Tracy. But I've got to discuss it with leadership. I've got to discuss it with the streamers, and kind of get on the same page with everybody, and you know, just go from there. So I mean, that's kind of our situation right now. Is that what'd you say there, Jeff? Yeah. So like I said, we'll just we're going to be announcing all that information later tonight with Hippie. We'll both be on the stream. I'll get the wireless mics all hooked up so it's all real good audio, and you know, we'll announce all that information a little bit later. You probably, an hour or so after we get to the event, I'll get together with him and we'll get that all straightened out. That's just basically what it's going to be. We just, like I said, there's one person that has been out there sitting here and kind of sitting here saying, well, what is this going for? What's that going for? Well, I can tell you that, on my Cash App, most of the donations have come in, Eric, thank you for helping, go get yourself a burger. And I've used it to buy parts. So, like I said, now we'll have that transparency. If there are people that are actually out there that just only want to donate to the mechanics fund, you'll have that option. So, and that's just how we're going to handle it from here. So, all right. Yeah. Yeah, I got it. Yep. I gotta get with first responder, and he's gonna help me, get the watermark, and we can get all these links set up. And yeah, so I mean, yeah, I like I said, the pains of being a new streamer, not really knowing the platform and all that. Jeff's telling me that I need to get the links in my bio or on the stream so that people can just click on them. And it's a work in progress. Like I said, unfortunately, it's always been I'm just kind of getting pulled every which direction, and just haven't had the time to really sit down and get everything set up the right way. So I do apologize, guys. Like I said, I'll get with First Responder Media. He'll help me get that stuff all set up. I'll get a watermark. I'll get all this stuff the right way. There's a lot of people that want to help me do this the best way I can. So, but so like I said, transparency. We're all about that. And like I said, some people were upset, about the fact that the receipts I didn't, got thrown out. And like I said, it really isn't a big deal because all the transactions went through Cash App. So, I don't have any background music. Like I said, all the transactions went through Cash App. So even though the receipts didn't exist, I have all the transaction logs in Cash App, and because they were through O'Reilly's, if it really came down to it and anybody really truly was concerned, I could probably go to O'Reilly's, I could go to AutoZone and re-pull those up. So, really from my understanding, there's only one person that's making a big stink about all this. And, it's time. It's time. Like I said, it's time, and, we just want everybody to be, confident in what's going on, and, have that peace of mind. And, we're going to set up that separate account, and we'll just see how it goes. I have no problems with it. I have no problems with having two separate accounts. One that's just a straight mechanics fund. I mean, Hippie's been handling all the gas receipts, and she's doing an awesome job. So, I have no qualms about, her handling the mechanics fund. And, it just, it gets rid of that doubt. We just, that's what it is. Then everybody can be, everybody can be confident in what they donated to, and if I knew a little bit more, about this, we probably would have done this in the first place, so, like I said, it's transparency, and I'm cool with it, so, we're going to make this happen, and we'll announce it later, and, please hold off on any type of donations until that time, and then, yeah, rock them on, and, we'll see what happens, we'll go from there. So, Yeah, Jeff, I'm gonna get off the phone with you right now. So, because like I said, I don't have my AirPods with me, and sure. No, I understand. You know, and now that I've got a little bit better view, as long as they, as long as they keep it short, I can kind of read them with this, with the phone where it is, because it is a little bit closer to me, and the words are a little bit bigger. So. Yeah. So, all right, I'm gonna let you go, Jeff. Okay. All right, catch you later, buddy. So, yeah. So that, like I said, that's what we're gonna do. You know, we're gonna make it so that then nobody can really doubt where things are going. You know, communication. You know, transparency. You know, like I said, you know, and I'm good with that.
Yeah. I got an idea for that.
Yeah.
Another one.
Well, I mean, the phone's cool to the touch,
I've
so
seen something.
it's working pretty good right now.
No, I'm talking about the size of the letters. I've seen something. I don't know if they actually work or not, but there's these.
The little zoomer things,
Yeah, that you can put on there.
See, on the same page, I knew exactly what you were going to say. I had a feeling. I think the problem is that because like a magnifying glass, if it was on there, I would then have to pitch it towards me so I could see it. And I don't know, if I was looking straight at it like this, I think that might work, like what you're saying.
Right.
But if I put that zooming thing on and then I'm looking from an angle like I am now, I'm not sure if it would work.
Because it'll only take a minute. I can look at stuff like that on the iPad if I have Wi-Fi.
Yeah. Hey, Jeff, thanks for putting that back out there. Like I said, I'm going to talk to you. Want to do, and you know, I don't need them to feel like they're obligated. I want them to do it because they want to, because they know Tracy, and you know, they want to help, you know, not because they're getting bombarded to help. You know, I like to have people have a choice, you know, not feel like they're being forced into it. Yeah, a tablet would be great, but you know, like I said, I don't have, you know, I'm comfortable. You know, I've got things going on at home that allows me to be here and pay my bills and stuff like that. But I can't really make, you know, huge expenditures to do something like buying a tablet or, you know, I like First Responders setup. He's got that whole tablet. He can actually watch 3 different streams. You can watch 3 different streams and do that. Yeah, I see that. That's what I'm doing. I'm going to check to see what's going on here.
Might just be checking everything.
Yep, I think that's exactly what he's doing because it looks like he's pulling on all his straps. So he's just making sure that the load's secure. And that's what a good driver does. He sits here and he checks his straps. Yes, you can.
Awesome.
I'll open the back for you real quick.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yep. All right, we'll be right back, guys.
Long way down.
Yeah, he said he saw that the tarp was just flapping around a little bit. Just wanted to secure the tarp a little bit more. That's all. So that's the only reason we stopped. Tracy's using the little girl's room real quick, and then we'll get back on the road. If he pulls out in front of us, which he is doing right now, we can catch up. It's not a big deal. Be right back. Hold on. Okay. Okay, time to catch up with the convoy. Don't worry about it, it's all good.
Thank you.
Not a big deal.
I'll look.
Not a big deal. Okay, let's rock on.
Let's do it.
Let's get this done.
Is everything
Just show off her power.
Yeah, yeah.
Usually I'm driving with everybody else is going so slow, I can't just punch it and get going. Because I gotta wait for everybody else to catch up. Now I'm at the tail, so I can step her down.
And the door's closed? Just joking.
Yes, the door is
Sort of.
closed. The door is closed.
So everything was good on the truck?
Yeah, everything's fine.
To do that, just checking.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's what a professional driver does. A professional driver, you know, he's watching his mirrors. If he sees that it's, you know, he'll pull over, you know, usually loosen up in the first 50 to 100 miles. And it's just flatbed, as you know, in the sense that he does. But the quad axle dump trucks that we run, we do pull job trailers, which is a flatbed style trailer. We load pavers and, you know, skid sters and rollers. Stop, and we got to retighten and, you know, whatnot, and take the slack out, because, you know, you go bouncing down the road, you know, things jostle, and, you know, it just is what it is. So
That makes
know, so yeah, it's just a mark of a good driver. That's what it is. He's been doing it. He knows what he's doing, and he's getting her done. So now we'll play catch up.
And I like that trailer's get up and down with that ladder.
Yeah. No, Tom's. If we would have put it on Tom's trailer, it would have been over height, and it wouldn't have been safe. I mean, granted, most of the bridges here are going to be higher, but then legally you would have to go and get a permit for an over height load, and the permit fees would have been, nuts. Those permits. The only trailer that could have whatnot. Well, here's the thing: the organizers can't really do that. They can't really set up a mechanics fund, because the only way that we've been able to do this mechanic thing that we've been doing is for it to be a voluntary system, because they can't take on the liability. That's where the problem really comes in. So that's why the organizers really can't go into handling the money for a mechanics fund, because then the liability comes on with it. So yeah, so that's why it's going through Hippie Mama, because she's been trusted well with fuel receipts. There's never been a question on her integrity.
She's really responsible.
She's done a really good job with it. She's also been a organizer, I believe, for some other charitable things.
Yep.
So she's pretty much, everybody trusts her. So that really was the best person probably that we could have picked to handle this. I mean, most people feel that if they donated to me, that it was a donation for whatever I wanted to do with it. And, but then there was the question that some of the people that probably didn't even donate, probably some of the trolls and stuff like that, kind of went out there and they're like, well, what about the mechanics fund? Because it initially wasn't promoted as the mechanics fund. At some point in time, somebody started calling it the mechanics fund. It was always supposed to be just kind of my fund that I was using to buy stuff to help people. I mean, that's why I have brake fluid and I've got starting fluid. I've gone out and bought the parts because that's technically what I've used it for. I mean, no, I bought shoes. They've all seen me sitting here hobbling around when we were over at the racetrack.
Oh, yeah.
And yeah, I was a little light on cash, and there's the big secret. Oh my God. So yeah,
well, the communication that you're talking about is going to clear everything.
Yeah, and that's exactly what it is. So I mean, now
you can't blame people for questioning.
Yeah,
when
now
they have the communication.
Now we'll just kind of see how it goes. I mean, you'll have a choice. You'll have a choice. You'll have a account that once it's put out there will be directly 100%. It's for the mechanics fund. It's for whatever mechanic is in the convoy. If he needs a part and he needs to get that part, then he'll get it from that mechanics fund. If there's anything there, and then there will be my completely separate account, which is the same account that it's always been. But any donations that go in there will now just be my personal donations, that if I choose to buy parts with it, I can do that, but it is not going to be the mechanics fund. It's my fund. So if I continue to keep doing what I'm doing with it, that's my choice. If I choose to sit here and buy a pair of shoes, that's my choice. But then anybody that really wants to have that that choice of just donating to the mechanics fund, we'll have that option too. And it'll clear it all up. Then, nobody can sit here and come down the road and be like, well, these people said they donated for this. Well, no, you donated to Eric's fund. You didn't donate to the mechanics fund. And, then there's transparency. And that's where it's going to be good. So everything's going to be okay. Everything's going to be just fine. Wow, these winds are getting bad. So.
I want to see some buffalo.
Yeah. So that's what we're doing. Should I have done it from the get-go? In retrospect, maybe. Cash App really, I don't think you can have multiple Cash Apps. I don't know how that would exactly work because I believe it's tied to your phone number. So it was just kind of simpler.
Grassroots.
I honestly believe that most of you that follow me know the kind of person I am. You've been following me even before I started streaming. You've heard of me. You've heard of the work I've done. I guess I just never felt that this was ever really an issue. Anybody that donated to me just pretty much trust me to do the right thing. But now we've got a few trolls and somebody sitting here and trying to tarnish my good name, and and now we just need to do this so that we can put those doubts away. And I'm fine with it. Like I said, anything that makes things clearer for people and takes the issue off the table is good in my mind. And so yeah, we're going to do this. And like I said, let's just hold off on any type of donations till that other account information comes out, and then we'll just see where the donations go. From there. We'll see if anybody actually wants to donate to the mechanics fund, or the donations still come into mind. But then they had a choice, and then nobody can really sit here and say, well, Eric got all these donations and this didn't get any, or whatever. Whatever. It is what it is. That's not my problem. That's not my concern. And then we'll just kind of handle things from there.
I just thought of something cool. Being up that high, I don't have to worry about whether I block the windows and stuff. I can just take my bath or whatever.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, you get a little bit more privacy being that high up there.
Yeah,
so
a better view.
So yeah, no, whoa, that was a big gust. Holy crap!
Yeah.
That one I had to jerk the wheel on. So yeah, I mean, like I said, anything that in the end protects me and protects my reputation and my good name is a good thing, and that's what this really is going to do. This is gonna sit here and protect me in the long run, so that nobody can doubt where the money is going for, and nobody can come back and say, well, I actually donated that money for this fund, because now they'll have a choice. So, Hippie, when she first came to me and told me about it, and whatnot, she was worried that I was going to be upset. I wasn't. I told her, no, that's actually a really good idea. I'm really glad. Yep. I don't think that's actually a real person. I think that's just a sign.
Yeah.
But it's really cool.
It looks real.
Yeah.
Oh gosh, it really looks
There's a
real.
sign on top of a hill. I don't know if you guys caught that. Or a silhouette. So it looks like there's a guy and a horse
On the edge of the bluff.
So it looked really cool.
It looks real. Life size.
Yeah, I don't think this one was related to the accident. There was some information, told to Tracy to get on it a little bit more, because I guess the 7.3 is not a motor that likes to just idle around a lot. That she needed to kind of get on it going up the hills a little bit more. And I think, just a combination of it is a 20-year-old vehicle. I mean, and the more aggressive driving style to try to do that task of, getting a little bit more aggressive with driving it up hills, stuff like that. I think just pushed the transmission a little harder than it would have been, and nobody's at fault. I mean, it's probably just, it was its time, just a combination of the fact that, would have lasted longer if she kept driving it the way she was driving it. Who knows? I don't know. I'm not a transmission expert.
We'll know a lot more.
Really, it's just, this is where we sit, We've got one of our people in the convoy that has cheered up a lot of other people and is probably the reason that a lot of people are still here. I can sit here and say 100% that, I probably wouldn't be here still if Tracy hadn't talked me down and got me centered and, kind of reminded me everything's going to be just fine and that there's a bigger picture here. We honestly don't know. One of the gentlemen in chat said that the front main seal of the transmission, if it gets too hot, can start to leak, and the fluid gets flung around from there. I don't know. There's fluid all over the front of the engine compartment. We didn't have any way to pressure wash it. We had no real way to tow it. All I can tell you is that when we put transmission fluid in it and put it in gear, which should have made it spray, it didn't leak and it did move forward. But then when we tried loading it on the trailer and put a load on it, the transmission just stopped responding. And again, it still didn't leak. So I don't know enough about transmissions to know what happened. But it doesn't. I don't know. That's the situation. There's transmission fluid everywhere, but when we put new transmission fluid in, it didn't leak out anywhere. So I'm not the expert when it comes to that. Maybe somebody will chime in and be like, for all I know, it's somehow the pressure built up and started spraying out of the actual transmission tube.
These guys were really creative in coming up with quick ways to take care of a whole bunch of different things to do with towing.
Yeah. So we got it on the trailer, and now we're gonna talk to experts. We're gonna tell them this is what happened, and now that it's on the trailer, we could potentially get it over to like a truck wash and get somebody to spray out that engine compartment and really try to see if there's a leak, that we just don't see. We've got a lot more options. This is really a chance. I gotta pick up this phone call. Sorry, guys. Hello. Ow. Hold on. My phone automatically turned to speaker and just blew my eardrum out. What's up? I am on the road. I stopped with Blinky to make sure that he was okay, because I didn't hear the call come over the radio that he was stopping to tighten straps. And I mean, that's what I observed him doing, but I just figured I'd make sure he was okay. And then Tracy needed to use the little ladies' room real quick, so we're chasing back up to you. I can see you right now. I'm coming over the top of the hill. You guys are going up the hill, so I've been catching up. So I'm almost back to you guys. Yeah, not much I can control there. I'm not leading the convoy, so. I'm looking at your back bumper right now, I'm still surprised, that Ford Transit van is still running. I mean, the way you abuse it. Just an interesting factoid, because now my streamers are looking at the back of this gray van, and as we get closer, Ford, sorry. It'd been better if it was a Dodge. Me and the owner of this gray van just have this we like to joke around about his Ford. It just cracks him up. He knows I'm joking. So don't be spreading the hate. I've owned Fords, but this gray van right here in front of me actually used to be owned by Sasnak. This is actually a personal friend of Sasnak. This was Sasnak's personal vehicle, and he's such a super fan that he actually went out and bought Sasnak's truck. So this Ford Transit van has been converted into a camper, and this actually was Sasnak's vehicle. So just a little interesting factoid. So yeah, I'm on your back bumper right now. So if you break down, I can now sit here and be able to assist you. Yeah, I'll just stay behind you. All right, yeah, I can do that. All right, that's fine. That's okay. It's fine. It's because it's a Ford. That's the problem. Your CB doesn't function as well because it's attached to a Ford.
Oh God.
I love you. I love you, brother. I love you. All right. Catch you later. All right, bye. This guy is actually really cool. I sit here and I keep teasing him about his Ford, and he keeps on. He's quick-witted. He's right there. We were a little bit overtired yesterday because I didn't sleep the night before.
You guys went on.
I hadn't slept the night before, and literally everywhere we went, he wanted me to check his brakes. And I'm out there and I'm just kind of looking through the holes of his rotors to sit here and see how much pad he's got. And we bought new brakes. We're going to put them on. They're not critical. He's not metal to metal. But they're at the point where it's probably a good idea. Walks up and she's like, "Is everything okay?" It's a Ford. We just fix it every day. So he's laughing. We were making Ford jokes left and right, and and nobody cared. It was just funny. This lady and her husband they're like, I've never had somebody say that. And it was just a blast.
But
yeah.
they actually do make it where you get that they're just teasing. But boys, at first I really was getting a little offensive. I said, "You're being prejudiced against my truck."
Yeah. The school bus has a flat. Is that what you're telling me? School bus, he's a very handy man. I'm pretty sure he's got the stuff to handle that right then and there. But if he doesn't, I don't know exactly how much further they are from us. I do have a very large air compressor, and I do have a plug kit if he hasn't destroyed the tire. So, we'll get it there. It's all in fun. When we joke about the Ford and the Chevy and the stuff, I don't think anybody really is a diehard anything anymore. It's just, hey, you got a Ford, so we're just going to tease you about it. Hey, I got a Dodge. Somebody's going to tease me about my Dodge.
Yes. The CB. Somebody said, "Hey."
Hey, Gary.
We're losing the Convoy.
What?
All right. Well, that's fine too. We can just. I've got the directions. If you guys want, I'll take lead, and we'll just kind of do our own little mini convoy like we always have.
Sounds good to me.
It's not like we're meeting up for an actual fuel stop or anything like that. I'm perfectly fine going 65 or whatever you guys want to go, and we'll let the guys that are going a little faster go a little faster. It's not a big deal.
10-4. You might want to let them know though.
Yeah, 10-4. I'll call Tom. I got his cell phone number, and I'll let him know that we're just a little bit more comfortable at a little slower speed, and we'll just trail behind him. It's not a big deal. There's nobody out here taking pictures. We're not. It's all about safety.
He's so funny.
Especially with the high winds, we may have to go a little slower, and that's fine. Cars can go faster because they're not as susceptible. fast do you guys want to go?
I'm going to go 60, 65.
Okay, I'll lock the cruise control in at 65, and you know, just give me 1 second to do that, and that's just what we'll be. So, all right, set at 65. I'll call up the top.
I didn't want to go 75, that's for sure.
Yeah, 10-4. And you know, I mean, no matter what the convoy's doing, you always have to do, and no matter what anybody says, you know, some of that, you know, keep it tight, whatever, you know, if you're uncomfortable with that, you've got to do what makes you feel safe, and what you feel safe for your driving habit and the size of your vehicle, and you know, they're just going to have to deal with it, you know, and that's how I've driven, and you know, they've gotten on me a few times about the gap, and I went right out, and you could hear me on First Responder Media's stream, because I wasn't streaming at the time, and I told them, this is the way I drive, and I don't care. It's all about safety first, you know. So let me call up to Tom. I'll sit here and tell him we're rolling back a little bit, you know, going a little slower, and you know, and we'll just go from there. Gotta pull up Tom's number.
I know you're used to doing it all by yourself. You never need help with something like that.
Yeah, no. All I gotta do is put T in and then scroll the contacts. It's not. There he is. I haven't called Tom for a while because he was off doing what he had to do so that he could afford to be back here, and now he's back. So, hey Tom, just letting you know that we're the camper's getting blown around back here, so I'm just gonna stay back here with them. So we're trailing at a little bit slower speed, just so nobody worries about us. If you can pass that information up on the radio. All right. So I got my little mini convoy back here. All right. All right. Catch you later, Tom. All right. Bye bye. All right. I told Tom that we're gonna roll back here at a little slower rate, and that we got our little mini convoy going on. So everybody should be hearing about it on the radio right now. I'm definitely not in a hurry. Sorry for ignoring the chat. Obviously, I think you guys have been watching live. I'm juggling so many different things right now. So, and the wind is pretty bad. All this jostling, and if you could see how much steering wheel action I'm doing here, just to keep this thing as straight as I have been, you know, yeah, it's definitely a struggle in this wind, and then fielding phone calls. If I would have had my AirPods, that would have been good, because then I wouldn't have to hold a phone. I can't hear it on speaker, so I gotta actually hold the phone up, and then that loses a hand. So yeah, fielding phone calls is kind of hard too. So I apologize. I haven't been looking at the chat quite as much. I'm gonna try to glance up there, but like I said, when you guys put out the really long ones, there's no chance that I'm gonna be able to read all that. At least not right now. We're gonna be there at 12:44. I mean, gonna be there at 12:44. So, like I said, there should be plenty of time to actually do that meeting with Hippie and get that information out there, and then hopefully everything's gonna be fine, and I can get a little downtime, relax a little bit, and then we'll do. I don't know if we'll wait till after dark. We may do a little bit later stream, while the sun's still up, and we'll have to figure out a name for that when it's not after dark. We'll have to figure out what the name would be. Conversation with Mechanic Eric at sunset, maybe. I don't know, and then I can be a little bit more engaged with you guys. Like I said, I'm a professional driver, I'm always scanning my gauges to make sure everything's in proper ranges and things like that. So to look up there for a second to sit here and, speed read like a one-line text or maybe a line and a half, I've still got my peripheral vision where this camera is on to keep it between the lines. I've got good stopping distance between me and the vehicle ahead of me. And so I can glance up and sit here and do that. And that's why I'm saying I won't read like this last comment that was like a paragraph. I'm not going to read that because that would be unsafe. But the setting sun with you, that was short enough. I can glance up at that and see that and just look back on the road. That literally took me a half a second to sit here and glance up and see what that said. So I'm comfortable with doing that. Not here, KC. Again, see, that's something I just glance up at and then I glance at the road, and I've always, so I'm okay with doing that. But yeah, I'm not going to read paragraphs. Well, thank you very much.
I might be able to.
We love our viewers.
I might be able to view you on your Wi-Fi on my iPad.
That's if I turn my hotspot on. Yeah, I'd have to turn the hotspot on for this phone, and yeah, you probably could.
But then that way I can have it, and I don't have to hold my back to reach over there.
Yeah, but your iPad, I'm assuming, is in the ambulance, right?
Yeah.
So ain't gonna do us any good right now.
No.
Well, we got a few miles to go. We got a few miles, and you're right. If I turn on my phone, I don't want to use too much data on my phone because I got a feeling that what's going to happen is I'm going to hit my data cap on this phone that's streaming. So I'm going to probably at some point have to switch phones, or get an additional phone or something.
We'll figure it out.
And figure it out when I hit that data cap. So right now I'm just trying to focus all the streaming on this phone and then the phone calls on that phone, and trying to use the hotspot as little as possible, so that in a pinch, if I had to, I could just turn the ringer off on this one and just stream. I don't like doing that. I do like having this option of being able to answer phone calls and stream. So.
Did they say where the school bus was?
Can I get an update on where the school bus was when it had a flat tire or whatever? Is it back with them, or is it on the side of the road, or whatnot? I don't know what state I am, but I bet you Jeff will post it in there. We're in Wyoming, aren't we? We're in Wyoming.
125 miles from
Holy
Denver,
crap.
which was shocking to me because I've never come in this direction.
Wow, this wind is getting bad.
So we're closer to Denver than I realized. I don't know. I can't verify that we're still in Wyoming.
Yeah.
I think we were. I don't know. That's what we did. So we could have entered another state. I could sit and file my nails now.
Huh? Yeah. You could be doing your nails. This would be a nice little ride for you to relax.
Probably give me a bath or something, or a shower, and just level out a little bit. It's been rough getting this us to this point for everybody.
Yeah, basically, if you can hear the wind noise from the door seals, this is a new truck. It's all the air that gets trapped between the top of the camper and the roof of the truck that just kind of blows the seals out on the door. That's the wind leak that you're hearing. there's really nothing I can do about it. But it tells you how bad the wind usually is. It only does it when I've got a really bad crosswind. So that's kind of an audio identifier of how crazy the wind is that we're fighting right now. And I'm a pretty good driver. I've got all my endorsements. I've got hazmat. Well, I had hazmat. You have to renew that every 5 years. I chose not to because I wasn't doing hazmat. I've got doubles, triples, tanker. I was going to get school bus and passenger, but I found out that if you get a school bus endorsement, already having a CDL sits here and drops your legal limit, even if you're driving your personal vehicle, and then having school bus endorsement actually dropped it again. I'm not a drinker, so it doesn't overly matter, but if I decide I want to have a drink with a friend, I don't want to be subject to like a .20 or .02 or whatever it is legal limit. That's just, I think that's stupid in the first place. Yep, change the tire on the bus. Cool beans. I am so happy to hear that they got that up and rolling. I know he has the tools. When you guys said he had a tire problem, school buses that Mike, the guy that drives and owns the school bus, his father-in-law are really handy people. They're the ones that actually help me straighten out the pocket that the radiator goes into for the ambulance. I really wasn't that worried about it, but it's good to get confirmation that they're all good. Yeah. If you get in a school bus endorsement, it drops you down to .02, which is just stupid. I mean, if you smell a beer, you're at .02. Your own personal vehicle and you're not on hours, why you'd get punished in comparison to just a normal person. That just is not, that never made sense to me. Good morning, California. This wind is crazy. Somebody say that in the chat, or is that just you're just saying? I miss Andy and Crystal too. I miss everybody. I mean, it's I understand people have to go back to work. They got to go back to their life so they can keep their houses going, and and all that. But you make strong bonds with people, and you go through the trenches of keeping vehicles on the road, and there's so many people that have been inspired by what I've been doing, that they've turned up and really helped me do what I'm trying to do, and it is really hard when when life, when real life and responsibilities come into that, and they have to go back just to keep themselves from losing everything. So, I mean, that is a really hard thing. I do miss every single person. Yvonne, David, everybody, Chris, everybody a good friend. It definitely gets, there's more people. MJR Farms is going to come out and meet with me. I've never met him in person, but hopefully he does come with the Convoy. He has talked about potentially doing it, which is going to make it a little hard for him to be a moderator if he's on the road with us. I'll have to find somebody to replace him, but bus is moving. That's excellent news. Thank you. First responder said that's excellent news. Thank you very much. Like I said, it's a wake-up call. This is really our last chance to do something to do something and, you know, make a real change in the country. You know, this is the country that our founding fathers envisioned for us. I think we've strayed and you know, this is really the you know, I think one of our last stands that we can have to try to get this country back to where it needs to be. You know, I think there's some corruption. I think there's people that are you know, influenced by money, you know, decisions. You know, I think these donations to candidates are, you know, are not a good thing, because it, you know, it sits here and you know, entices them to change their views. I think there's just a lot of things that are wrong in this country, and it starts with ending the Emergency Powers Act. I mean, that's really what it is. You know, we start with that, and then we move on to the next issue. You know, I mean, you know, there's a lot of things that are wrong in this country. The states are the main people. We've got to get that movement in the states, because the federal government only exists because the states allow it. You know, the states need to take back their power and tell the federal government, you know, you're doing a shit job. You know, that's really what it comes down to. You know, the states need to sit there and say, you know, hey, we don't like the way you're running our country. You know, we need you to do better. You know,
and all of that, all of it.
yeah. Hi, Jeff. I'm dropping it. I was just putting that little part out there. You know,
That's okay. That's good.
yeah. I know we're trying not to be a political chat. You know, I mean, you know, I just, you know, people also kind of want to know what my feelings are, and you know, I put it out there a little bit, and you know, then yeah, we'll drop it. So, all right, so on to the next topic. Yes, it's very crazy to try to drive in this wind. All the movement that you're seeing left to right is definitely me fighting the wind. Oh, that's a beautiful house. I don't know if they caught that on camera. They got two really nice houses up on the hill. That's gotta be yeah, that's gotta have a really strong foundation, being up on the hill like that with no wind protection. I mean, there's nothing around it that's protecting that house. There's no wind block of any sort. That's got to be a really strong foundation. Oh.
There might be a reason most of those houses all look new.
Yeah.
Yeah. But a steel house out here would make sense.
Yeah, definitely. Oh wow, they've got actually crossing bars to sit and shut down the highway.
Yeah.
If it gets too windy. We just passed them. They were in the other lane of traffic going the opposite direction. They had crossbars that would drop so they could shut down the freeway for wind. So, yeah, that's pretty crazy. Hey Tracy, in this bag there's another drink. Can you grab that out for me, please? Thank you, dear.
I don't know if these are like sodas, but I can flip it the other direction.
No, you're fine. There's a little tear tab right here. So you gotta catch it and then it rips off.
I wasn't sure about this.
Nope, it's all good. Everything's gonna be just fine.
Everything's gonna be just fine.
Everything's gonna be just fine. I love that Big D came up with that. You know.
I didn't know who came up with
Yeah, Big D came up with that. Everything's gonna be just fine.
it.
I don't know if that's exactly. I think he says everything's gonna be fine. I don't know if I don't remember his exact catchphrase. I missed it today. We got to catch up with him. We got to get him to say it on live. Everything's gonna be just fine. You know, like I said, now we have time we'll soon we'll try to do a little bit more diagnosis. We'll see if we can get some more people that actually know more about transmissions to come in and maybe lend their expertise, and say and in diagnosis. You guys know where we're coming. Hey, guy from a transmission shop. Even if you just want to come and take a look at it and say, hey, yeah, this transmission's toast.
Right, we'd appreciate
an expert's opinion is what we're looking for. Then we can kind of go from there. Have a guy that's a qualified transmission technician. Just come on over and Sarah will get it cleaned up and just poke his head underneath there. Fire it up and see what it's doing, and just the diagnosis at least gives us an idea where to go from here. That's all we're asking for at this point in time is let's figure out where we're at, and then we'll just do what we got to do. And like I said, I don't want her to not have a home. We just
in a vehicle.
I think the fact that she's been out here and she's been fighting for everybody's freedoms, for people that haven't been able to be out here, she's a representative of all these people that can't be out here. I honestly feel, in my heart, that we can't let her lose her home.
I'm willing to go as far as he.
Sorry about that. I got a little choked up there.
Oh, that's sweet.
It is what it is.
I didn't even look at that time.
Yeah. So that's how I feel about it. So I'm going to do what I can do to make it happen, so that she's still got a home at the end of this. And hopefully there's people out there that feel the same.
I can't thank these guys enough. And I went back after the ambulance got loaded, and I said, Tom, I can't thank you enough. And he said, you just did.
Yeah.
These people are awesome.
Tom can be a little rough, but he's got a good heart. He's got a good heart.
We've had our little deals. Trust me.
Tom's got a good heart. His heart's in the right place. He's a patriot. He's out here.
Yeah.
He's here to do what he can do to make this happen. He's a very smart man.
We're all new at each other. We're willing to go to the extent that we're willing to put ourselves in situations, relationships with people under these kind of conditions, because this is that important.
Yeah. Oh, there's some wind.
And the ones that can't seem to get that through their head for whatever reason, well,
Yep.
That's okay too.
Yep. Well, we got an hour and 30 minutes left, 108 miles. We got 120 miles of range, so with this wind and some of these hills, we're probably going to have to pull the Dodge over at some point. Get a fuel can out and splash a little fuel in there so we can make it to our destination. Living that 26-gallon life. Don't believe that she lied about it. I honestly believe that what happened was the stuff in the back of her camper kept moving forward. What happened, in my opinion, is that she felt that stuff shifting forward. Her vehicle came to a stop. All the stuff kept going because of momentum, hit the back wall, and to her it felt like she got hit. So I don't feel that she was lying. I think from her perspective and from how it felt to her, you know, with the stuff shifting in the back of the ambulance, she felt like she got hit from behind. You know, she came to a hard stop, you know, so I wouldn't sit here and say she was lying. You know, I mean, I've driven tanker before. I fully understand what it feels like to have, you know, something sit here and shift. And honestly, that's what I think it is. I think she's truly convinced herself that she was hit from behind. But honestly, I really think that it was everything that was in the back of the camper that shifted forward. So, you know, I don't think she lied. I think from her perspective, she thought she got hit. You know, so let's just, let's try to understand, that, I think that's the situation. That's my personal feeling about what happened. I do know that everything in her camper was all over the place, and that's what I think happened. I have the video. I know what happened. It was a extremely hard brake stop, and that in my opinion is what happened. So, that's what I feel was the situation. See how, knowing the stuff that she has, I mean, the amount of jugs of water, air conditioner, flying to the front, and having that all hit the back wall of the cab, I could see that much. Making that feel like she got hit. So, like I said, no, I guess I did take the wrong one. All right, we're going to take a little detour. I accidentally took the wrong exit. Won't be a big deal. We'll get rerouted. I don't think so. Well, we'll turn around right here and we'll just get right back up. It's not a big deal. So honestly, a lie is when you willfully know that you're lying. I honestly think that she truly believes that she got hit, but I think there's extenuating circumstances that has her believing that. And I can justify why she would think that. So, hey guys, I accidentally took the wrong exit. You guys are going over the bridge. I'm coming back on the freeway right behind you. So I'll catch right back up to you guys. Sorry about that. So, that's the difference between a lie and a misunderstanding, or, whatever the case. So, we're gonna drop that topic, but I just wanted to address it because, like I said, I truly in my heart believe that she's not lying about it, and that there was a justification for why she felt she got hit in the back. So, hopefully that puts that to bed, and we can just get on from there. It was an accident, and yeah. But like I said, I honestly don't think that this has anything really to do with the accident. So I think it's just that's where I think we're at. I think she's put in a lot of work. Wow, this GPS is so off here. Wow, this is a lot of interchanges. This is a wild. All these damn interchanges in one section. Usually it's pretty much. There's a lot of intersections here. There we go. Now we're on the right path. back on the right path. We'll try to catch up with the rest of the little mini convoy, and we'll get up back up with them, and well, everything will be just fine. Like I said, you know, something happens, and let's see if we can get ahead of this semi. Yes. Lock her down, give him good room, and there we go. Now we'll slow down to 45. Oh, give him good distance so he can get over. But that way I can catch back up with the mini convoy. Responded on the CB when I started saying anything to them. Maybe they had their volumes down, but we'll catch up to them. That's not a big deal. That's some rough bumps. Tracy does not have a live stream. It'd be nice to get her on there, but really, you know, being retired on a fixed income, she's got to really watch where she spends her money, and she's got a basic cell phone. We've had a few problems. I did get it working for a while there. Probably gonna have to sit down and call the cell phone company again, because we're just having continuous issues where she'll get data, but then she can't call and text. So I don't know if it's a phone issue or if it's a cell company issue. They were able to do something at her account, and the phone started working again. And now she's only got data on it, but she's got a limited amount of data, so she really couldn't stream if she wanted to. So that's just really where it's at. And yeah. I'm trying to figure. Oh, I know why my phone's doing this. My Bluetooth was on, and I'm not listening to the radio on the car. So that's why the directions weren't yelling at me on the phone. Well, now I fixed that problem. I'm sitting here going, why was my phone so quiet when we had turns? And it had linked up to the radio, and the radio is not turned up. So it was sending the directions to the car radio instead of yelling it out on the speaker. Well, hopefully our navigation system will work a little bit better now. Yeah, you know, yeah. I mean, yeah. I wouldn't advise her live streaming while driving either. I mean, but you know, she could be live streaming like events, you know, when she's walking around, or you know, when she's meeting the people. I mean, I think it would be great for you guys to see all the interactions that Tracy has, and all the people that she inspires, and you know, and all her interactions. You know, there's a lot of people out here that support her and love her for being here, and you know, just feel better, you know, being around her. So, you know, we'll see. Maybe we can get something like that happening. I don't know. And I don't know how comfortable she'd be doing it, but you know, we'll talk about it. And you know, if it happens, then I'll promote her live stream, and you know, and it'll be great. You know. Apple iPhone 11 Pro, and it's on Verizon. And I haven't really suffered, or I don't believe I've suffered as badly with buffering as some of the other streamers. I know a lot of the professional streamers personally like a certain Samsung Galaxy or something because they like the ability to use Android to run apps that are not available on iOS, because iOS controls the entire ecosystem of what you can install on your phone, where there are a lot of third-party apps that the streamers like to run on Android. But I don't know if I have just a little bit better reception or transmitter with the iPhone. But yeah, in my opinion, from what I've heard, my audio, video, and signal quality.
Missed the turn.
What'd you say there, Gary? I couldn't hear you over your Ford.
Do you know what exit they were going to take a break at?
I don't. I can text Tom and sit here and see what's up. I mean, we can kind of do what we've always done. If we want to sit here and we want to stop, we can stop wherever. Otherwise, I can put into the GPS what the planned stop was, and we can stop there and see if they stop there. Because right now I've got the route routed to our final destination, which is only 94 miles away. Do you need to take a break? Because I see what looks like a town up here. We can just stop. Sorry about that. I saw my needle move, but my squelch was really high. Come on back with that, what you said.
We are trying to continue on.
All right, 10-4. Yeah, I figured out my cell phone was Bluetooth to my car stereo, and I wasn't getting my turn-by-turn notifications and stuff. That kind of threw me off. All of a sudden I looked down and it's telling me that interchange had so many other turns. So I got a little turned around, but it's all good. We're back here.
Well, I've been listening to Tom on his live feed, GWT 333, and I heard Linky tell him that it was exit 8 dog.
10-4. Well, good for you.
GPS.
Oh yeah, I forgot. You're a Ford owner. You don't know about those stuff.
You guys just passed us, you know that.
We were not aware of what exit you guys got off on. We'll probably pull over and let you guys catch up, I guess.
10-4, right up the road there's a TA truck stop. I think their shoulders are wide enough.
10-4.
I'll keep hollering at you if we leave. Let you know we're coming.
10-4. Yeah, we're just kind of doing this 65 mile an hour life, so I mean, we can either just keep on rolling and you guys will catch up to us at that faster speed, or if we wait for you guys, what's going to end up happening? Well, yeah, I kind of need to be behind you. Okay, yeah, we'll pull up over here and wait for you guys. Sometimes I do that, and
With this tailwind, we can go faster.
Yeah, 10-4. So yeah, at the next exit, we'll just kind of pull over, and we'll wait for them to catch up. Because yeah, I really do need to be behind the entire convoy. Yeah, sometimes I talk and think at the same time, and I'll start with one train of thought, and then I something. So sometimes you got to give me a few seconds and a little bit more before I talk. But like I said, I was talking about going on, and then I went, oh yeah, but I'm the mechanic that has to sit here and fix everybody if anybody breaks. So if they're way behind me and something happens, then it's, that's kind of a stupid thought. So, sometimes I it happens that way. So, focus on 99 or maybe a 10-200, who knows? Yeah. What's a 99? I know a 10-200, I know what that is. What's a 99? Yeah, I do like to just get in there and just drive. I mean, I've done trips from Wisconsin to Texas, one run, just go straight through, just stop for fuel, and keep on trucking. I like to get the miles down so that way I can get to where I am, crash, and enjoy being there. Driving is a chore. I like to get it done and over as fast as I can, within limit. I don't excessively speed. I think everybody pretty much does 5 over. That's where I'm comfortable. But we're not doing that today. We're rocking the 60-65 life in 80 mile an hour speed zone. So, all right. It looks like this is probably gonna be. Is that an exit up there? Looked like I saw a sign. Come on. I don't want to just sit on the side of the freeway. I'd rather get off on an exit and sit on an on-ramp. It's a lot safer. A lot of people end up dying in emergency lanes because you get people that start staring and they don't realize they're drifting over. That's why being a tow truck driver is a really dangerous job. They lose a lot of people in that industry. For drivers that just kind of get a deer in the headlights effect and they don't realize they're drifting over into the lane. So, yeah. Alright, we're going to go up to this next exit, and Blinky's going to give us a holler. I'll call back to Tom and let him know that we got off on this exit. He'll give us a heads up, and we'll reconnect with the back of the convoy. That way I'm behind them in case somebody breaks down, and then we can go back to our 65 mile an hour life. Hey, Tom. Hey. Yes, sir. Dennis's? Yes. Why? I was just curious. They're with the main convoy. Or they were. Yeah. All right. Okay. I know they've been deleting videos. That's all I know. And then they put a copyright thing sitting here saying that any copy of our videos or whatever can be subject to whatever. So I don't know exactly what's going on, but I will text you their number. We got off on exit 377, just so you know. We're gonna wait for you guys to catch up. We didn't realize that we passed you, and then we're gonna reconnect with you guys when you go by. We're gonna sit at the TA, And Blinky will just give us a call on the radio, or you give me a call and let me know when you guys are going to come up to the 377. We'll get back behind you. They are with the other convoy, yes. They're not with us. So I'll text you Mechanic Dennis's number, and you can give him a call and tell him your concerns about his account. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, I just, like I said, you know, if you think that their account got hacked and you want to let them know, you know, I can give you his number. I do have it. And, you know, whatever the case. So, okay? We're sitting over at the TA at 377. I know, Blinky was on the radio when I was talking to our guys. We didn't know where you guys were stopping, and we just drove right by you. So we're at the next exit up. So we're just going to sit here and wait for you guys to come on by, so that way we can get back behind you in case anybody in this convoy breaks down. You know what I'm saying? So that's all we're doing. We're just waiting for you guys. All right? All right, bye, Tom. I'll send you that number. All right, bye. See that's how good Tom is. He's concerned that possibly Patriot Mechanics account might have gotten hacked, so he wants to reach out to him and tell him, hey, you know, I've had a few situations on my account, and you know, make sure that their account's good, and so I'm going to help them out with that. They were at the last exit just behind us. We just went by them. So we're just waiting for them to get back on the road, and then we'll get behind them again. And we'll still do 65, you know, but that way if somebody in that convoy breaks down, I'm here to be able to help them.
How long before they take off?
I don't know how long they've been stopped, you know, but Tom can call me or text me, and I got the radio on, and Blinky will sit here and say, hey, okay, we're on, and we can see the freeway, so whatever the case, you know. And I mean, if you guys got to go potty or you want to sit here and go in there, go ahead. You know, we just need to be behind them. That's all it is. We can sit here for a half an hour for all I care. Yeah, go potty. Go get some drinks. Give me 1 second. I'm trying to get that phone number to Tom. Oh, didn't want to call him. I want to text him. There we go. All right. Hi, guys. While we're stopped, I can sit here and actually look at my my chat. We're all still getting the stream all set up. Oh, all set up. Yep. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I think, Jeff, how long have I been streaming now? Really, what, maybe 4 days? Really, I mean, well, actually driving streaming. I think it's only been like 3 or 4 days that I've been doing this. So, yeah, it's a work in progress. We're just trying to work out the bugs and figure out what works, and, you know. So I apologize that it may not be as polished and professional as some of the other streamers. I'm not a professional streamer. I'm actually a dump truck driver that used to be a computer technician, that used to be an auto mechanic, and you know, just trying to do the best I can do here. I do have a nice little wireless mic system that nobody else has. So that's something that's kind of cool that I can do that nobody else has that feature. You know, so when I do get out of the vehicle, if I've got time to hook it up, I can mic myself and you guys can see me when I'm outside the vehicle and hear me. You know, I do have a drone that I'm going to try to figure out how to integrate sound and video. So hopefully I can make this channel a little bit more unique than just another guy holding a phone and walking around. Give you something interesting and different to be able to watch from a different angle and whatnot. My first video was 11 days ago, but what was my, yeah, that was before I could live stream. So I mean, yeah, I put up some videos, but I wonder when was my first live stream? Because it's the live streaming that I'm trying to iron out. That's really the thing is video, yeah, I can sit here and record a video and upload it. That's not a problem. No, God cleaned my window for you. It rained. And we had really good rain and sleet. And he knew that you wanted it clean, so he took care of it for me. So I didn't have to clean it. Yes, I guess the streamers have kind of figured out that Prism works as a intermediary program to actually upload to YouTube, and I believe there's a little bit better buffering system that buffers the feed a little bit better. So a lot of the streamers have kind of figured out that going through Prism helps keep their stream a little bit more stable, and you don't get as much digital break, and the overall quality seems to be better using Prism. So I don't think there's a lot of anybody that's using the actual YouTube app to stream. Hey, you asked, I gave you an answer there, Sharon. I'm sorry, if you didn't like the answer, but I mean, God must have heard your prayer about getting my windshield cleaned. Yeah, Prism is an app that you download, and then it interfaces with your YouTube account and allows you to stream to your YouTube account. So I'm not exactly sure how that all works. I know it is also a back doorway. Like right now, technically, because normally the normal YouTube way of doing this would be I would have to upload videos, and I would have to upload videos to the point that enough subscribers have watched 4,000 hours worth of video, and then I would be able to go live. I know you're teasing me. I'm not. I don't take. I got a thick skin. You're not. I know how to take a joke. Trust me. I know, and I give as good as I get. That's why me and the Ford Transit guy, we trash each other, and it's all in fun. He laughs about it, I laugh about it. He comes back with some witty comment. It's all in fun. We're all good. What was my train of thought here? Oh yeah. So yeah. Sorry, I had a little phlegm in my throat. So yeah, Prism backdooring that restriction, however the heck it does it, definitely helps new streamers get online faster, because they don't have to meet that 4,000 hour restriction to be able to stream. So yeah, I mean, it's great. And like I said, on top of it, because it just seems to have a better buffering algorithm, seems like a lot of the streamers that use it definitely have better content, better streamers. Focus, Dodgy Boy, LOL. So what, is that my nickname now? I'm Dodgy Boy? That's, I guess. Because I drive a Dodge. I drive Chevys too. My monster truck is actually a 1973 K30, which I think I've put it up there. I was talking about my monster truck. Might as well, I've got a minute. Might as well put it up on the screen. Let's see. Yeah. Let's see. And this new camera angle. No. Okay, I gotta do this. All right, you guys gotta come off the holder. Let's see. That is my lifted K30. Let's see. Dink. It's my lifted K30. She's a little beast. So I mean, I'm a Chevy boy too. You know, I've owned Fords. You know, I can. Let's see. I'm gonna leave it blurry for a second because I'm gonna show you another picture on the phone. Give me 1 second. You know, that's my Ford. I actually enjoyed it quite a bit. It was only the 4.2 model, 5-speed stick, but for a truck that ended up in Wisconsin, you can see it had no rust. That was one of my favorite things. You know, a truck like that normally in Wisconsin would be a rust bucket, and this thing was rust free. I mean, it had some dents. You know, it had the typical 4.2 EGR passageways that were all blocked up with carbon. But yeah, no, I've been a Ford boy too. You know, I do them all. You know, and I've played the jokes and gotten all teased about having a Ford, and you know, which was always funny because it's like, well, but I have a Chevy too, and I've got a Dodge, and you know, you could tease me about all the brands. I owned them all. You know, right now I don't have a Ford. Let's see, I've seen people use Technique GI PCC is using to escape censorship in slow mode. Yeah, somebody told me to sit here and set up the chat so that people can't hammer it quite as hard. I got to get with Joe probably to figure it out. Am I permitted to ask what are the... I don't know. I couldn't answer. I mean, you asked it, and I'm fine with you asking. And if somebody knows where he is, go ahead and answer that question. I have no idea where Freedom Ford is. He left before I even woke up because I knew. Oh, my 8-year-old grandson would love to have a monster truck. Yeah, a lot of people would love to have a monster truck. So yeah, like I said. I love speed reading. Yeah, but it's hard for me to speed read. Like I said, I'm pretty sure he left with the main convoy. No, I actually did see him roll out. I was in my camper. I saw him drive by. I don't know if he's still with them or what he did, but that's what it is. It wasn't broken down V. How about my question? What was your question? Free US 2022? I didn't see it. Don't you dare slow mod. Sorry. Maybe a chance to dump your fuel can. Oh, hey, look at the streamers sitting here and saving me.
They gone by already?
No, they haven't. But I'm gonna listen to the radio if they do. One of my streamers is like, "Hey, don't you have to put a little fuel in your truck?" And I'm like, "Damn, that's a good idea." See, they got my back. I don't have range to make it. So at some point I would have had to stop and put a little fuel in.
How far are we going?
We are going
thought it was only 90-some miles.
Oh yeah, I think my range got a little better. It ain't gonna hurt for me to splash some. Let me see. Hold on. Let me check. I think my range did go up because initially I was gonna be right on that borderline. Let me see what my range says I'm at.
It's going to go up because we're going to be heading.
Oh yeah, and we got a tailwind too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'm just gonna run what I got because we got 86 miles and I've got 117 miles of range now. So hey, I appreciate you guys having my back. You know, when you guys sit here and remind me of stuff like that, like check this oil or whatever, that is really appreciated.
Next time, tell him what exit to take.
Okay, Ford boy. I guess my nickname is Dodgy Boy. I guess.
Yeah, there you go.
You're Ford boy. No. You're Saznek lover.
No.
No. You're
I'm
Saznek.
ratchet strap.
No. Oh yeah, ratchet strap. Yeah.
Tell him about my ratchet strap.
Yeah. Every time we've needed a ratchet strap, this guy's literally been pulling ratchet straps out of I don't know where, but he's got ratchet straps all over the place.
Well, 3 of them are on loan somewhere.
Are they red?
One is, 2 is, actually 2 are red. I don't know. I got red, green,
Get
blue.
red, green, blue. Yeah.
Like on
Yeah,
my
I think
generator?
that's
I
one of them.
pointing like I'm in my truck.
Yeah.
I
Your
was
generator.
I was
It's out
Yeah.
there.
yeah, I was asking around here that there was one, and then all of a sudden there showed up 2. Because there was another one on the ground last night.
Yeah.
Mine was just the thin one, so not the thick one.
But I tried to figure out whose they were so I could give them back or figure out
Oh,
what.
don't worry about it. They were
No, she hasn't. She hasn't been here since Hagerstown. She started off in Arkansas. Hey, Tom.
Tell him turn his live feedback on. Mute.
Okay. Well,
Mute. Unmute.
hey.
Unmuted.
All right, cool beans. We're up at the 377, and we'll pull up. We got one of our guys coming out of the store right now, so we just wanted to be behind you, because we're going to be probably going slower than anyways. But that way at least we. Yeah. So, well, that one guy. Yep. So, all right. So we'll be out on your back door. All right. So if anybody has a problem, at least we're back here. All right, buddy. All right, see you later, Tom. All right, bye-bye. All right, so Tom and them are just leaving right now. Are you putting your hearing aid in?
I told you to unmute it. Tell him to unmute.
It's not muted. What?
How far is it to SAP? Where we're going?
86 miles.
86. Oh, that's not bad.
Yep.
Should have calmed down by then.
Well, it's a tailwind, isn't it? Yeah, it's a tailwind, so it'll help. You still want to go 65? All right, so we're going to do that 65 life.
He just unmuted it.
Who unmuted what?
Tom's live stream.
Oh, well, if Tom's muting it, he's probably in a conversation or whatever.
He was, but
Yeah,
he forgot.
that's fine.
That's why I was asking
Oh.
you to have him unmute. But
Well,
it's okay. He's got it now.
I got it. What's up? Okay. Who is? Who? Okay, Leo Smith.
I'm just kidding.
I kind of need a tranny guy now. I honestly think, I'm going to mute this for a second. I'm talking to Jeff real quick. I'll be right back, guys. All right, we're back. I think Rose is probably telling me the same thing that Tom just told me. We're on the road. So I'll call her back and bet you that's exactly what she's going to say. We're back on the road. Jeff is a really good moderator, and I appreciate you fielding all these questions when I'm juggling everything else. And I do apologize that sometimes Hey, Rose, you're calling to let me know you guys are back on the road, right? We accidentally, we were talking on the radio and Blinky told us that we missed where you guys are. So we're actually up one stop past you. We're waiting for you guys to come up, and then we're going to come back and be the tail. And we're going to do the 65-mile-an-hour life. So we're going to be behind you. We're not going to probably be with the convoy, but if anybody breaks down, we're going to be behind you guys so we can stop and take care of whatever the situation is. So we're at the 377. So yep, no, it's all good, Rose. I got your back. Yep. Oh, you guys are right on the road? Okay, cool. Then we're gonna get moving. All right. All right, cool beans. Then we're just 2 miles behind you, and we're gonna get rocking. I'm gonna let my people know, and we're gonna get behind you. All right. Yeah, you guys are ahead of us then. If the numbers are going up in that direction, then you're already ahead of us, because we literally got off on the very next stop, and we're at 377 where the TA was. So we were just waiting to hear that or see you guys go by. But if you guys, and we're only doing 65 anyways, so if you are behind us, you're gonna pass us anyways. So we're all good. All right, see you. Yep. All right. Bye, Rose. Bye. All right, so.
Turn left onto County Road 140, then turn left towards Sydney.
So there we go. We're back on the road again. What was the Hagerstown showers incident? We had showers. We had a shower trailer. Any money that was put into the ambulance was actually done private donation by the guy that's actually following me right now in this little mini convoy. So lots of props to him. He's the one that's actually been funding it out of his own pocket. For all the repairs for the ambulance, except for this last little amount that we got. So, honestly, it didn't take away from any other people's repairs. It wasn't, money that came out of the mechanics fund.
Hey, Eric, you got a copy?
Yeah, go ahead.
For 84 miles,
Go ahead.
continue straight.
We're at 377. We just rolled back on. We're doing 65.
We'll pack it down and we'll come around you.
Okay. See, Rose called me and said you guys were at 396 or something. I was like, holy crap, they got by us. Yeah, we'll slow roll at 50.
Alright, yeah, we're just coming by over that exit there right now.
Alright, 10-4. Yeah, that was a miscommunication. I knew you guys were pulling out, then Rose kind of called me up and said you guys were further up the road than you were. So, yeah, we're slow rolling at 55 or 50.
You copy that, Tommy, so we can go ahead and bounce it up and go around them when we get a chance?
Convoy.
I see the Blinky mobile coming up on my tail.
Yes, 10-4. You guys should be okay with the wind now. It's a tailwind. All the way there.
Yeah, 10-4. It's just his vehicle like 65, so we're all comfortable with it. It's not a race. We can, I can hang back with him. I've done it before. This is gonna be a cool little flyby because you guys are all gonna be on my live as you drive on by. So keep it, keep your good spacing. Don't worry about keeping it tight, and just come on, fly by, and let everybody get a nice little view of you guys passing us on by.
10-4. Hey, why don't you do a shout out to your live so my viewers know what it is?
They can hear you. Why don't you shout it out?
Because they can hear you too.
I don't know what your live is. To be perfectly honest, I don't know what your live is.
No, I said you shout out your live.
They're watching my live. For your viewers. Sorry, a little late. Mechanic Eric, People's Convoy is my live.
10-4. And mine is Tommy Trucker, Little Blinky on YouTube.
10-4. It took me a second to figure it out.
Don't forget we got GWT 333 in the house also.
10-4, 10-4. Was Eddie bringing up the rear of your convoy?
Yeah.
All right, we're bumping it up to our 65. We're actually considering doing that, doing an interview.
Order. Got a copy?
Yeah, go ahead.
Rose.
Driving. Close.
Same thing, that's why I'm asking.
I'll call Rose and see. Hey, it just kept rolling. 6, so they may have blown by ahead of us.
10-4.
Hey, Rose, where are you? Yes, we're supposed to meet the blue. We got back 5 whatever, so now we're behind them, but you're way ahead of all of us. or you can keep. Well, we're on your back door, so you guys can keep on trucking if you want to. You know, it's whatever. You don't have to roll with the convoy. You know, so okay. Okay, 4.0 in Nebraska. So are you going to stop or are you going to just keep on trucking? All right, do you have Tom's number? Okay, yeah, just call Tom and because that's going to be the first convoy. That's the one you want to join up with. We're rolling the 65 mile an hour life. So, you know, they're going to catch up to you first. So get in contact with Tom and find out and coordinate where you guys want to get back on, and then we'll be behind you guys. So don't worry about it, okay? Yep. Yep. No, you're all good. You just passed us up. That's all. You and that little speed demon vehicle that you got there. Yeah. All right, bye, Rose. Yeah, 10-4. Bye, Rose. All right. So Rose missed the stop and is in Nebraska right now at mile marker 4. So she's going to get a hold of Tom and figure out, you know, where she's stopping and wait for the bigger convoy to get back with them, and we're just gonna do this backdoor action, sitting back here at the 65 life, and yeah, it's all good. The ambulance was not broke down in Arkansas. We determined that there's a problem with either the fuel pickup tube or the actual fuel gauge. Whenever the ambulance gets below or gets to a quarter tank of fuel, it can't access that fuel, at least according to the gauge. So really, we changed the fuel filter, and I've got to give a lot of credit to Andy. He's like, screw it, let's just throw some fuel in it. We spent a little time on it, and as soon as we threw fuel in it, it ran. So, talking to a few experts, which is what I do, you know, like I said, I can't know everything. They said that if that vehicle, you know, if the sock that's on the bottom of the pump falls off and is floating around in the tank, it can have problems getting to that lower amount of fuel. It's not really been an overly big problem. We did have another hiccup where, because Tracy's ambulance still had the hole for a smaller diesel tube, like a normal automotive diesel pump. Somebody tried filling it up and to a new. So she got it, and that ran out of. It's knocked out that plug. Nozzles. But we throw, you know, I've focused on keeping her filled up, and you know, we've had a few little hiccups, and like I said, you know, 3 times she's ran out of fuel. It really wasn't that big of a deal. The first time was trying to figure out that was a problem. The second time we threw fuel in it, fired right up. The third time we threw fuel in it. That's why I carry extra fuel with me. So, I don't really consider those breakdowns. Really the only breakdown she had was the water pump. And so, I mean, that's the true situation there. She really only actually broke down once. From just straight, well, now with the transmission, so I guess that would be twice, but I mean, that wasn't accident related. Transmission isn't accident related either. We need to get an expert involved and confirm either way if that was accident related or if it just was the natural age of the transmission and whatever. I can't really speak to that. So really, in my opinion, at least until we find out what happened with the transmission, and not counting this most recent one, she actually only broke down once, and it was a water pump. We took care of it. She was back rocking and rolling, everything else. So, that's just where it is. So that's the situation. She only had one mechanical breakdown. I mean, technically I had a mechanical breakdown, So, I mean, I had a piece of the trailer fall apart. We had to deal with it. It was on my live. We dealt with the problem. Wendy had a U-joint go out, $20 part. There's been numerous vehicles in this convoy, newer, older, the whole 9 yards, that have had one mechanical failure. Just the ambulance being a higher profile vehicle that people see and recognize, just to, put a little bit more focus on it, just is what it is. Well, we got a little mountain range ahead of us again. This is definitely a farming area. Lots of farms. I wish I had a better view. I wonder if I do this, if this would give you more of a, I don't know, we'll try that. And it really doesn't look very good. Just trying to see if I could give you a wider angle so you guys can see more side, but really you see is the mount. So we're going to stay on that one. I don't know which breakdown you're talking about. Like I said, there was the side of the road, we put fuel in. That was the first time. Then we had the water pump. I don't remember exactly where the water pump went. We got it on the flatbed, so we fixed that at the racetrack at the drag strip. And then everything else was accident related. So
There was a couple in between, like the hose being backwards on the serpentine.
Yeah,
like
that
right
yeah.
after the water pump.
And that happened at the racetrack too. That was I got called off to try to assist with Freedom Ford, even though Mudpig had talked to me, and him and Tater had already taken care of Freedom Ford. Some people got excited thinking that nobody was out there helping. Mudpig even admitted that he should have called me and let me know that he had handled that, and him and Tater had gone out to tow Freedom Ford back. So I got pulled off of the ambulance, and accidentally one of the other people that was buttoning that job up installed the upper radiator hose incorrectly, because you could put it pretty much in either direction, but there was a little bump out on the radiator hose that kept it away from the serpentine belt, and this mechanic accidentally installed it the opposite way. It got a little too close. Once it heated up, the hose got into the serpentine belt, cut the hose, and I got a repair kit and put the hose on correctly, because unfortunately in that town They were telling me it was 2 weeks before you could get an upper radiator hose, which that was at a Napa. That was nuts. I couldn't believe that we couldn't get an upper radiator hose for a Ford. That blew me away. So we did do the repair kit and put the hose on the correct way, and that wasn't really a problem. So, you know, like I said, that actually happened at the racetrack. She had just came back in from Convoy, and, you know, luckily it happened right there. But, you know, that taught me a lesson. You know, unfortunately, you know, I'm gonna, you know, if I'm in charge of that stuff, or if I end up being the lead mechanic again, or whatever the situation is, you know, I just need to make sure that I stay on a project from start to finish and see it through, you know, and that's just where it is, you know. So yeah, that's just where we're at, you know. Yeah, the donation to the peoplesconvoy.org that would be for fuel and venues and things like that. That won't be for the mechanics fund. It's going to be a completely different link for that. And then donations to me to do whatever I feel I need to do will be my original Cash App, but we're not asking anybody, or we're specifically asking anybody not to donate at this time right now until we get the information out for the mechanics account, because we want to have some division, you know, where if you do want to donate just in the mechanics fund, you can do that. So for right now, we're just pumping the brakes on that until me and Hippie put on our live later tonight, and then, you know, feel free to donate to any one of those three. That would be great, you know. And like I said, I'll talk to the streamers and leadership, and we'll see about how we want to handle whatever donations somebody wants to do for the ambulance, whether it be time, financial aid, whatever the case, and it may become a Cash App. I don't know. You know, I'm going to leave that up to people that are more familiar with that and have more experience. I had never had a Venmo. I never had a Cash App prior to RIPTA suggesting that I get one, so that people could help me do what I do. So I am in no way an expert in any of those things. You know, I'm in no way an expert, so I'm going to delegate that to somebody probably like Hippie, or somebody that has more experience in that field of raising funds for disasters and all that stuff. And you know, we'll definitely put it out there as soon as we know exactly you know, let's see, Eric tells him to put my Cash App out there, and I said no, that's okay. Yeah, that's the conversation. I was joking around because, you know, honestly, Jeff's doing a hard job. He's doing a lot of, he's triple teaming here. He's my parts guy. He's also my information center. I mean, he's literally watching 19 other streamers right now. I mean, kind of like a security cam feed, you know, keeping an eye on what's all going on with the convoy. It tells me, you know, if somebody's broken down. I mean, he's multitasking in there. I mean, he's my moderator. I mean, this guy is doing a lot of work, but, you know, he's like, you know, I'm not, I mean, what he said to me is, I'm not out here to try to get rich or make money. You know, I'm just trying to help the convoy, and by helping you, I'm helping the convoy. So, I mean, honestly, in my opinion, you know, if you guys wanted to help him out, I would be 100% fine with it. But, you know, he didn't want to take me up on that offer, you know. You know, he's just been doing this to help me and the convoy. So, I mean, that's an awesome guy right there, you know. You know, I definitely appreciate him, and I appreciate everything he does for the convoy, and I appreciate everything he's doing to help me do everything I can do to help the convoy. So, I mean, and the people. And my main goal is helping the people. Keep them safe, keep them moving, and keep everything going. So, like I said, I definitely appreciate it. So yeah, I mean, definitely, if he doesn't want to take your money, definitely tell him how much you guys appreciate all the work he's putting in. Because, he's also doing some other odd jobs for me too. And, he's putting in the hours. He's putting in a lot of work. Definitely give him some serious praise. Because I don't think, I have done the logistics side. I had to do it, in the past, and that eats up a lot of time. That's a lot of time that I can't be working on something when I have to sit here and track down the parts, get them ordered, do whatever. Especially when I was also supervising Andy, Dennis, Monkey for a period there. Having to make sure they had everything they needed and running and doing all that stuff. It's definitely a godsend to have Jeff be able to track all that stuff down for us. So, thank you, Jeff. I appreciate you, man. I really do. I really appreciate everything you're doing for the Convoy. It's just the three of us. It's basically, normally we'd have the ambulance here. We'd have Tom and we'd have Gary and his wife. So normally it's just it was the 4 vehicles, but with the ambulance on the flatbed, it's just the three of us. We're just rolling that 65 life. Tom's vehicle is a little bit more comfortable at it, and he prefers to drive that speed, and I'm perfectly fine with that. I'm not, road speed wise, what's a couple extra minutes on the road? If it makes him more comfortable and it's safer for him to drive a 65 and whatever, I have no qualms with that. I'm all about safety. Really like that Jeff is, all the other moderators, and I appreciate them too. All the other moderators were basically picked by other streamers that are trusted moderators, that are good guys that Joe either added or whatever the case that are on my channel, and I appreciate them too. They do an awesome job also. So, moderators, if you guys just want to chime in so everybody knows who you are, if you're on right now, you guys should get some recognition too, because you guys do a great job also. I don't want to leave anybody out. You guys do a great job also. And if you're not on, like Jeff just said, put them out there. They all do a great job also. I appreciate every single one of them. MJR Farms, he's helped me from the technical stance. He's actually a pretty knowledgeable diesel tech himself. And again, he's talking about possibly coming out with Convoy, and actually being out here to help me in person doing some mechanical repairs. We'll find out if that comes to pass or not. And like I said, I appreciate every single one of them. Jeff's in here right now, so I was just kind of putting it out there, because I saw that comment about Jeff's Cash App or whatever the case, and just wanted to straighten that out. I tried to get him money. I tried to give him one, get him some money, but because I honestly do feel he deserves something for all the hard work he's putting in. You know, he's definitely a big part of what lets me do what I do. So, you know, I definitely appreciate everything he does. Waits for Conrad to get his wrench. Conrad wants to be a moderator? Is that what you're trying to tell me here? X-Ray's coming back to the convoy. That's interesting. I never talked to Conrad about being a moderator. I mean, the guy seems like a really good guy. I mean, you know, I got no qualms about doing it if that's something he wants to do. We can definitely discuss it, you know. Oh, there's Conrad. No, thank you. Hi, Conrad. I didn't see you were in the chat. How you doing? Chat for a second. I'll be right back. I'll leave the video up. We got flags on the bridge. This is awesome. We got people still on the bridge. Look at how excited they are.
Orders on the bridge.
Yeah, I was honking and waving. With restrooms, thank God, because I carry mine with me. It's never been a, usually when we end up in those situations, there's people that have been willing to shuttle other people around to whichever gas station or truck stop or whatever the case may be. So it's never really been a huge problem. If we haven't had restrooms, it definitely is nice to have restrooms at site at whatever facilities we're at. But we're pretty comfortable with what's called boondocking. That's when you're kind of in a camper and you just kind of, you don't have any hookups, you don't have any bathroom facilities. The Convoy's been pretty good at being able to handle that. So, we've dealt with it so far. They've come all the way from California, gone all the way to DC, come from DC back to California. Pretty much everybody in Convoy kind of knows how to deal with if we don't have restrooms available. Wow, you didn't really give me my braking distance. That's a little inconsiderate. Usually I'll make sure that there's close to almost a semi-link between me and next vehicle before I'll come over, but I get it. He wanted to get out of the hammer lane. I really don't understand what this big deal is about, that all these trucks are governed at 62 miles an hour or so. It really kind of makes them a little less safe, because they have to do a little bit more sketchy stuff, because they can't just speed up and get around people as easy, and you end up with a lot of trucks that are racing governors, because this guy may have a little bit taller tire than the other one, and he's trying to get around the truck that's a little bit slower. So then we go 5 miles down the road as two trucks are trying to race past each other. It may be a little closer than it actually is on camera, because I do have you zoomed out a little bit. So this would be a 1-to-1. I'll change it for you. This is a 1-to-1 view. So in all actuality, I've got it on a 2x zoom. So it may have appeared closer to you guys than it actually is, but it was still a little bit closer than I was comfortable with. So, in all honesty, move the governor to go faster. Yeah, it'd be nice. I mean, but a lot of these companies like to put them on for fuel economy, because the trucks, optimal speed in some cases they found is about that 62-ish area. So a lot of companies trying to save a penny. You know, I mean, it makes sense. You know, over how many miles and you know, how many hours of driving and all that. You know, it probably adds up for these major companies. So, you know, it just sucks that there's not like an override button. Yeah, it'd be nice if, you know, if there was some type of button in the system that when a driver needs to pass another driver, he can temporarily override that governor and be able to speed up, do what he needs to do, and then, you know, let it reactivate, you know, with like a time limit or something. Like he can use it for 5 minutes or something, and then it's not available to him for whatever. I don't know, or, you know, he's got a limited amount of times he can use it. You know, something that would give him the option if he really felt that he needed to get past the governor, you know, but also limit him for whatever the company feels is necessary. You know, that would be at least a nice compromise. Yeah. You know, I think a lot of governor thing is, you know, that's up to driver's choice. I mean, there are some companies that they can work for. There's a driver shortage. I mean, there's companies hiring left and right. There are a lot of companies that choose to work for a company that does. You're kind of accepting that, you know. That's my personal opinion on that one. But, you know, it'd be nice if there was something in the software to give those companies an option to be able to give those companies an option to be able to enable that feature if they want to make it so that their drivers have the capability. It might make more drivers willing to drive for these companies that do have these governors on, because it would give them a little bit more control of the truck, make them a little easier to drive in certain situations, especially like going up through mountains and stuff. You know, if the speed limit's higher than they're doing, let's say it's 70, 75, you know, maybe put a tilt sensor in there or something. I mean, there's so much amazing stuff they can do with computers. I mean, if you know, they've all got GPS. You know, if the GPS knows they're in a zone where they're going up mountain passes and stuff, you know, basically disable the governor during that area. You know, which then would give the driver the capability to drive the truck the way he needs to, so he can race to the hill and have some speed before climbing it. You know, that could easily be done. You know, probably. I don't know. I don't know how complicated that'd be, but I know it's within the technological scope of something that can be done. You know. Jeff, you want to field that one, the ETA to DC? I haven't really checked the website. I know it's kind of out there. You can do a little bit of math calculation and figure out about when we'd be in DC. But yeah, I know there's a lot of technical stuff they could probably do with the technology the way it is now that would make this governor issue less of a problem and a burden on a lot of these drivers. Probably make the roads a little safer, because you wouldn't have two trucks going down the road backing up traffic with one just trying to pass another one at half a mile an hour faster. There's a truck that doesn't have a governor. So, yeah. 4 days from the next stop. That's good to know. I'll tell you, I can't wait to get back to DC. I got a lot of friends that I've met from Hagerstown that have kind of, you know, talked to me here and there. They know I'm a pretty busy guy, so I haven't been in touch with them quite as much as I probably want to be, because I'm having conversations, and there's just so many of them. I know some of them are probably watching this stream. You know, I'm actually hoping that, you know, you guys come out and say hi wherever we end up near DC. You know, it should only be probably an hour drive for you from Hagerstown. I'd love to see you guys. You know, I've missed all of you. Definitely looking forward to being back in the DC area, and I'm definitely going to put down time to going to DC. I definitely want to be able to experience the actual DC, you know, not just the Convoy business and all that, you know. I think I've put in enough hard work that I should probably take a day off if I can, you know. We'll probably have some repairs I got to do when we first get there, but you know, once everything's kind of good to go, I'm definitely going to take a day off and I'm going to go tour DC. Thanks for pointing that out. You know, yeah, I'm not paid by the Convoy. Everything I've done has been 100% volunteer. You know, I would say a good 95% of the repairs I've done, I have not been compensated for in any way, shape, or form. There are a few people out there that are a little bit better off. First responder media, Santa, you know, stuff like that have given me some cash for fixing things and bailing them out and getting things working for them. So I am definitely appreciating them. I hold no animosity or anything. I went into this voluntarily knowing that people are out of work and they're strapped for cash and they're not making money and they've got bills and they've got things that they have to pay for. So I've never said or shamed anybody for not contributing or helping me. You know, I've just been happily fixing people, and that's just the way it is. So, okay. Thanks. I got your text. I can see it's a screenshot. I'll look at it when we get there, and you know, reach out, and we'll go from there. So, thank you, Jeff, for sending me that information. And that's just what it's all about. You know, I mean, you know, I have the capability to be here and not lose my entire life. You know, I mean, that's just where it's at. You know, I mean, you know, they're trying to do something with the Convoy, and you know, right now it's kind of the thing that's getting the most attention, and hopefully it gets bigger and more people get involved, and you know, it can affect real change. You know, I'm just trying to be hopeful here, you know. I'm just trying to, you know, hope everything kind of makes a difference, you know. I know we've had some problems. I know there's, you know, been some issues, and, you know, things have gotten better here and there. Things have gotten a little worse. Things have gotten better. It's kind of like a yo-yo. I know in the beginning there were some issues and a lot of things got sorted out, you know, just like this whole Mechanics Cash App and My Cash App being separated, you know, which I completely agree and think that that's a good way to go. You know, just everything, you know, there's just been, you know, it's been a learning process. We're all learning, you know, none of us have done this before, you know, so we just deal with it as we can, and, you know, we try to make it the best that we can when an issue comes up, you know, and that's just what it is. You know, I know some people have run their mouth, and that's looked bad on the Convoy, and, you know, hopefully they rein it in, you know, and, you know, more people come out and realize that this is what we need to do, you know. But we're going to get back off that topic. You know, so, you know, we're just going to enjoy this nice scenery, and on to the next topic. We were talking about governors on trucks before. I wonder what's the next topic that we want to discuss. Somebody come up with a topic, pick my brain. You know, I can talk about almost anything. You know, computers, electronics, automotive. You know, what's my opinion on, you know, different automotive things? What's my opinion on computers? You know, what do I think about networking? I mean, pick a topic. We can talk about pretty much anything you want to talk about. trying not to be too political on this. I like being informative. Like I explained why vehicles have dimmers. Like I said, that it was actually kind of surprising how many people came back in the chat and said, I didn't know that. I didn't know why vehicles have dimmers. And if I've got new viewers, I'll explain. How do you feel about the nomads that have joined the convoy? I actually really like it. I mean, they have the capability to be here for people that can't. They're kind of in my same situation. I really like the nomads that are here. They are patriotic. They have the lifestyle where they can be here as representatives for other people that can't leave. So I really appreciate that they have chosen to be with us. I see the work they put in. They are not in any way freeloaders. They do help out with the convoy. They go and they help put out flyers and spread the word. And I love that they're here. I love that they're here. I love that they're helping out. I think we've did we have some freeloaders that weren't contributing and stuff like that? I don't know. Like I said, I've been very busy. I'm usually busy working on stuff. I know the people that are in the convoy, and I can honestly say that I don't feel I've had to fix anybody's vehicle that was just here trying to get me to fix their vehicle. Any vehicle that I've pretty much fixed has stayed with the convoy. So I don't think anybody's tried to take advantage of my generosity in helping people. So yeah, I personally like the nomads. Wish you could join. Yeah, it's just like Red. He wishes he could join. And it scrolled up on me, so I didn't get to read it all. But there's a lot of people out there that really want to join, and because of life, life sometimes gets in the way. And I'll speak to that. Just a little bit. I get that life gets in the way. But but if you can manage it and not financially hurt yourself, and you can take a week. You need a financial hit for you, same as if you go on a vacation and you're not working, that's a financial hit too, but we need people to sit here and kind of make that choice, am I going on a vacation this year, or am I gonna sit here and stand up and fight for my freedoms, fight to try to be again, or what the founding fathers envisioned it to be. And if you're passionate about it and you truly believe that there's something broken in America, even if you don't completely understand or agree with this whole Emergency Powers Act, this is the start. This is where it starts. We've got to get this working. Show that the convoy is a force for change. That's what we have to show. That we are a force for change, and we, the people, are done being controlled by a government that isn't looking out for us anymore. And that's really what it's about. So even if you're not 100% down with, got other issues that you're interested in, this is the starting point. This is the starting point. This is what we need to do. We need to support the convoy, support what they're doing, help the convoy with the mission that we're on now, try to get this sorted out, and move on to the next issue. That's what it is. You know, that's what it truly is. Is, you know, you got to support what you can, what's available to us now. This is what's available. The convoy is available. You know, if we can make it strong and we can make it a true people's voice and make and affect real change on things that are happening, policies, government, stuff like that, then we can try to straighten out America with other issues. And that's really what it is. You know, I mean, and I see this. We can't vote ourselves out of a rigged, corrupt system. And that's where it really comes to the state level. The state controls the voting systems. The state controls how they vote and how the ballots are registered and the whole 9 yards. So that's why the state level stuff is extremely important. You know, the states need to get more involved. And that's another thing too, is if you can't make a trip with the People's Convoy, get out to your states, get with the state level organizations, and try to make and affect real change in your state. Because you're 100% right. We have to get the states straightened out. We've got to get the voting systems correct. We've got to get the states to take back their power from the federal government. There's so many avenues. And, like I said, if you can't come out with the big convoy, do what you can do in your state. But right now is the time to stand up. We gotta stand up. We gotta do what we can do. This is the last time. And I can run Linux, but I have to watch a lot of videos, and I think that's the way of telling me to change the subject. I've run Linux. I actually like Linux, but I'm not a huge Linux person. I think Rose found us there. She's going to come passing. Here we got our little mini convoy catching up to us right now. Rose is going to be passing us in a second, and we're going to give her a good little wave. So there goes Rose. So now they're back ahead of us. I think they stopped off for a second. I like Linux. I think it's a very stable operating system. I think Mac OS is a lot like Linux in a lot of features. I wish Linux had the support that Windows and Mac does. I think it's a great alternative. It's usually very stable unless you have hardware. Unless you have hardware issues, then obviously it can crash. But as long as you've got a good functioning computer, there's a lot of things you can do with Linux. A lot of people think the GUI, like Ubuntu, the actual graphical interface, is Linux. It's not Linux. Linux is the undercode, the actual user interface that you see on like Ubuntu is actually something that runs on top of Linux. Linux itself is a very powerful operating system that can run on very minimal hardware. A lot of your bigger servers and stuff, that you watch YouTube videos on, and you get your internet web pages all run on Linux. Let's see, Emergency Powers Act is.
I need to ask you a question. Earlier we were asked about Carolyn and Rose, and I have not seen Carolyn.
Well, the three of them just run by us. Rose was running.
Carolyn's in a green car.
Oh, she was in the main convoy.
She was?
Yeah, she was in that main secondary Tom's convoy. We'll just call it Blinky and Tom's convoy.
Where she was at, her and Rose.
Yeah.
That's okay.
So the green one was in
Just
with.
double check and make sure we haven't
Yep.
lost any sheep.
Nope. As far as I know, we're all good.
Not sheep. No sheep here. I didn't mean to say that.
I saw somebody saying something about the
saying,
Emergency Powers Act, and I'll touch on that just for a second.
I wanted to make sure that we had everybody.
All right, cool beans. Cool beans. Thanks for looking up. I don't think this is.
Eric, you got a copy?
Yes, sir.
How many miles empty for you now?
97 there. We only got 25 miles to go. Yeah, this tailwind is definitely making the vehicle, especially with it being like a big parachute, a lot more fuel efficient.
I think we started at 187 and now I only have 163 to go after this, 60 miles?
Yeah, 10.4. So yeah, definitely a lot more fuel efficient with a tailwind. I would have to talk to Santa. You know, he's definitely a lot more up on this. Maybe Trucker G. There's other people that are more into this Emergency Powers Act. This is going to be my personal opinion, in a sense, and it's coming from a limited. And I really do need to sit down and talk to an expert a little bit more about it. I've heard, so this is, again, you know, not fully investigated, whatever, that there are features in the Emergency Powers Act that allow things like Ford to build airplanes and tanks in times of war. And on that basis, there are those things those aspects that probably are still necessary, but from what I've heard and what has been explained to me, there are a lot of other aspects of it that are not good for the country. So do I think that we can just completely eliminate it? And again, this is 100% my opinion. No. Do I think it needs a rewrite? Yes. So, I mean, that's kind of where I'm at, you know, but I'm not the most well-versed on the Emergency Powers Act. So that's just my opinion with the level of understanding that I have of it right now. You know, I do really need to learn a little bit more about it. You know, I think from what I said earlier, I'm just kind of here because this is the game that's in town, and I still feel that it needs to be supported, because if it becomes strong enough and it can affect power on that, and we can get this one handled, then we can get to the next issue. So I think this is just a stepping stone to what I feel might be bigger issues. So, you know, maybe I'll sit here and talk to Santa, because he is definitely a lot more versed, and see if he's willing to go on live stream and kind of explain it to me. Spoon really good for you guys, and I can ask my questions in ignorance, because I'm not an expert on it, and maybe he can sit here and explain my misunderstandings, or, you know, explain it better to me, so that I fully have a better understanding of exactly what the Emergency Powers Act is, and exactly what they hope to accomplish, if they actually are looking to just remove it 100%, or if they are looking for more of a rewrite. You know, I'll get in contact with Santa, and we'll see if we can't get it on a live stream, and system, and we can just find out whose is better. You know, whose stream ends up getting more viewers, and go from there, and you know, we'll figure it out. But again, like I said, I'm not trying to be uber political. Hey, Scratching from Indiana just texted me and said, "I just woke up, sir." All right, well, hopefully you're coming into my chat. I'm gonna just text him back. It's good. Definitely glad that the phone stopped overheating, and I seem to have found a decent spot where I can actually glance over at your messages a little bit easier, and it's not as far away from me. And I'm glad everything's working a little bit better for you guys, that you guys can not be crashing every moment. That was kind of annoying when the camera kept heating up and crashing on us. So, alright, so next topic. We're going to get off the political stuff. I appreciate it. I can't read what you guys are writing. I hear you guys talking about. Truck parking lot is full. Mudpig had to park elsewhere. Okay, well that's fine. I like Mudpig. I'll go hang out with him. I enjoy talking to him. Before I started doing lives, my friends and family and stuff actually caught me on mud pigs. I didn't realize how big of a streamer he was, so that was kind of an interesting turn of events. That all of a sudden I had people from my hometown and people that knew me calling me up and like, I just saw you on Mudpig's stream. Who the hell's Mudpig? I don't know who he is. At that time I didn't. So seems like a nice guy. I enjoy interacting with him and talking to him, and I'm grateful that he chose to talk to me, and nice guy. I like interfacing and working with him, and it is what it is. Santa said Quality Inn doing flat rate for Convoy, $72 a night. Yep. Well, we'll see what happens. Luckily I have a camper, so I don't have to worry about that too much. I believe Tom is working on something for Tracy. I'm pretty sure everybody's trying to figure out a nice, comfortable place for Tracy to be tonight.
I'm going to be in my house.
Oh yeah, duh. I forgot about that. Well, there you go. So Tracy's going to be in her house. That's what it is. So that works there too. I'm back. Who's back? Oh, Naomi. I know Naomi. See, that's one of my moderators. Awesome. Yeah, that's too long for me to read. So, what's our next topic? Who wants to talk about what? Who wants to hear my opinion about something? There is no end date. I think it's just the mission is to try to get America back to, and this is just my opinion. Again, I don't speak for the convoy. I speak for myself. I'm not in leadership. I'm not an organizer. This is my personal opinion of what I've heard and how I interpret it. Is that it's just going to be a situation going from one issue to another. Just like we were on DC, and it seemed like the California stuff was a big I could definitely get behind that one, because I fully believe that California passing that stuff is going to have a ripple down effect with the other states, and eventually bring that stuff to me. I guess we're still back on political. I kind of want to get off of political, but I did answer that. Let's get on to a different topic. I really don't want to get too political. I kind of wanted this to be just kind of a cool little, let's chill out with Eric and look at the scenery and talk about other stuff. And the Convoy's got enough other people that are getting that message out. And I'll speak on their streams if they want me to. If people are interested in my political views and stuff like that, and how I feel about that stuff, I can do an interview with Mudpig. I can do an interview with Santa. I can do interviews with other people, and I can get a little bit more political on there. I just really kind of don't want this channel to be all about political. I just kind of want to hang out with you guys, and hang out with my friends, and show some love, and just kind of talk about stuff. I will support the Convoy and put those views out there if on other people's platforms. Joe is a good streamer. Oreo, Ripta. Go contact them and say, hey, go do an interview and ask him about his political views, and I'll open up to him. I'll sit here and I'll tell you everything. That's not really where I want this channel to be. So how's that sound? On another topic, what is one of... I gotta scroll back. I can't do that right now. It's just, the wind's too much. Jeff, if you want to text me what some of the topic items are up, it's just easier to read your text, Jeff, than it is sometimes to hear you, especially with this up and down. My ears are doing that whole eating the finger thing. So if you want to text me a couple of topic ideas that you wanted to talk about, that'd probably be simpler than trying to call me. With this being a one lane, I just can't really focus on the chat right now. So I'd appreciate that, Jeff. Then I can glance down at my phone, because at least the text ain't scrolling away from me. Or even Tracy can answer the text and tell me what Jeff had to say. And there's a text. And not from Jeff. Jeff, you're slipping. Scratch and beat you to it. Where are you right now? Scratching. We are 11 miles away from where we're stopping tonight. And 11 minutes away. Cash App test that failed for all LOL. I don't know what you mean by that, Jeff. Whether places of interest in area. Did you mean were there places of interest? Okay, you gotta resend that, because that doesn't make any sense to me. Whether places of interest in area. I don't know what you mean, Jeff. Proofread that stuff. I love you, buddy. Because that doesn't mean anything to me. I don't know how to answer that one. If the question was, were there places of interest that I wanted to go see? Yeah, I wanted to go touch the ocean. I didn't get a chance to do that. I was too busy. Would I have liked to go to DC? Yeah, but I'm going to be going, I believe I'm going back all the way. I'm still, I've made it kind of clear that, I have thought about going home, and I haven't made a decision either way. I'm definitely 100% on the fence either way. I do miss my family. fact that they know that I'm trying to do everything I can do to not have anybody left behind. You know, I hope that's inspiring other people to join the convoy. You know, I know I'm gonna fail in that mission that I've put myself on, because there is going to be somebody that's going to break down with a repair that just I cannot handle, tackle, just I'm not knowledgeable about. But thus far, I'm going to try to put as much energy and effort into keeping the convoy rolling. So, like I said, you know, it's just in the back of my mind. You know, right now I haven't made a decision either way. I'm not in a position where I have to go back home. You know, my life is still functioning, and I don't know. You know, time will see. And you know, my point to shit or get off the pot is when we're down in the Illinois area, and you know, stay tuned. You know, we'll figure it out. You know, things. I had some bad days, and you know. I've chose to put things in the past and let that dog lie, and things are getting better. I've got a lot of people that, you know, have shown me a lot of love and support and tell me how much they appreciate everything I've done, and want me to stay with the convoy, because they do feel that I am a large, huge asset, you know, to the convoy. And you know, I hear it. You know, I hear what you are saying, and you know, like I said, I haven't made a decision either way. You know, but you know, in transparency, you know, that's where I'm at. You know, so let me look at these couple of text messages that I heard ding in while I did my little monologue, and we're only 6 miles away. This is not going to be a long conversation. We got about 6 minutes, people, and I'll probably be going off stream, and then I'll talk to some people. Where are you right now? I already did that one. What is your goal? My goal with the convoy, that's going to be more political stuff. We'll talk about that later. I think I also kind of touched with that. You know, I'll just sit here and say, you know, just to kind of help keep convoy going, make it stronger, make it so that it actually has some real clout and ability to affect real change. Comedy talk about lighthearted heart comedy. Well, give me a topic. What type do you like? Slapstick. I like slapstick. I like any kind of comedy. I guess we could talk about movies. I'm not a horror fan. I'll start with that. I do not like horror films. I've watched a few when I was younger. I personally think that all the blood and gore desensitizes people to violence and blood and stuff like that. So I choose not to watch horror films. I mean, I don't like movies that just have gore just for the factor of having gore. I like, it's kind of sad and sappy, but I actually like the Hallmark, you know, really uplifting, you know, type movies. I do enjoy them. I like, you know, Fast and the Furious. I'm a car guy. I mean, I'm pretty sure you guys saw that one coming. You know, I like Fast and the Furious. I like anything about cars and going fast and cool stuff like that. But yeah, I mean, I like comedies. I don't know. Yeah, now we're 4.2 miles away. I don't know. Like I said, you know, there's a lot of different movies I like. I like pretty much all different genres of music. I listen to a lot of what you hear on the radio. I don't usually get into too many bands off radio. A few bands. much airplay as it normally would. I do enjoy his stuff. I like hip hop. I like rap. I like country. I like rock and roll. I can pretty much sit and listen to any music that almost anybody wants to play. Right now I'm kind of in a hip hop, which is a country rap style music. I do enjoy them. I have a horrible memory when it comes to band names. I once had somebody sit here and ask me if I liked, who was it? They asked if I liked, see again, I have to think who it was. Fleetwood Mac. They asked me if I liked Fleetwood Mac, and I didn't know that some of the music I was listening to was Fleetwood Mac, and this is back when I was younger. I'm like, no, I've never even heard of them. And they started playing it, and I'm like, that's my song, you know? Again, like I said, a lot of it is I listen to the radio. So, you know, back in the day, the radio didn't always show you who you were listening to. So I just based, do I like that song? Yeah, I like that song. And that was basically it. So, you know, I'm better with faces. I'm better with visual learning than I am with, other types of learning. So, you know, like I said, remembering like band names and song titles and all that stuff has just never really been my thing. If I remember your actual name, it means I have actually sat down and focused on remembering it. You know, and that's probably one of my biggest flaws. You know, I'm a really good face person. I'll know that I know you. I'll even remember where I met you and where I know you from. But there's a likely chance that I don't know your name. You know, if I had, you know, if it's just I met you in passing and you said, hey, my name is Bob. You know, unfortunately, I'm not that guy that's got I'm not that guy that's got a memory like that. So that's probably my weakest character feature. You know, as a mechanic, if we want to talk about my mechanical abilities, I learned from the old timers, and I think that worked out really well for me. I mean, I learned from a lot of guys that knew how to rebuild calipers and wheel cylinders and actually do some serious diagnostics. They weren't just part swappers. They would actually diagnose a internal regulator on an alternator was fine. They would buy the $5 or $10 part and just repair the alternator or get the rebuild kits. I learned how to do that. It's getting a little bit more scarce to get those kind of rebuild parts. A caliper, you can have a caliper that costs $100, $150, but the parts to rebuild it are $10. You know, a lot of shops have gotten away from doing those kind of rebuilds, especially with brakes, because there's a lot of extra liability that gets involved. You know, yeah, it may be able to help the customer. It may be able to get you a little bit more labor rate. You know, I did work for a shop that rebuilt every caliper, rebuilt every wheel cylinder, because it increased their labor rate and reduced their parts rate. But on the other hand, too,
move them two cars out of the way behind you, Tom, so you can park over there.
If something fails, then that shop was, you know...
I'm the red Durango right here by the school bus. I can move and you'll have this entire slot right here.
They couldn't...
School bus is over there.
Okay, I see them. Yeah, we'll probably end up over there.
Turn left into the parking lot.
So we'll go over here. We'll see what's going on here, and then it looks like, yeah, we're gonna all be turning around over there. So I'll probably pull into this lot, and then we'll just turn around and go over to the other lot. It's all good. Oh. Yep. So Eddie, I take it we're going over by the school bus. So that's where we're getting redirected. Alright, thanks, Eddie. Alright, so yeah, like I said, you know, I was trained by the what I would call the old school mechanics that actually did actual repairs. Nothing against the newer guys. They're, you know, it is what it is. I think in a fast-paced shop, it is more efficient to just replace the part.
Proceed to the road.
But it's also good to know how to rebuild them in a crisis. I mean, there are some times where you may be able to get the rebuild kit, and that has that availability
Turn right onto Cabela Drive,
where
then turn right into the parking lot.
replacing the parts is just not an option. So it's still a good skill to know. But I do understand why more mechanics have, and it's less time consuming. It's it makes so that the mechanics can deal with more issues. So and then again, there's that liability issue. You're taking on a lot more liability, especially with how the country has kind of turned into a suit crazy type environment. You really kind of have to watch your back a little bit more, and make sure that you're not going to get yourself sued. So again, that's probably why a lot more people don't do things like rebuilding brakes. But if the kits are available, it's definitely nice to be able to have the capability to, especially with the cost of
Eric's got a copy.
Turn left onto Upland
Yeah, go ahead
Parkway,
for Eric.
then turn
Hold on,
left
I'm on
onto
live
East Jennifer
stream.
Lane.
Do you want me to pause my stream before you talk to me?
Well, I see you now. You're going backwards.
Yeah, the school bus and everything's over here in the Walmart parking lot. I'm going to actually go over there.
10 foot, is that where we're supposed to go?
Probably.
All right, we'll be over in a second.
10-4. What's up, Jeff? Have you ever been to Port Site RTR? Tracy, that's a question for you. Have you ever been to Port Site RTR?
What is that?
What is... That's the Nomad event that they do every year.
No, it's a quartzite.
Port Site, is it?
Quartz. Think of quartz.
Quartzite, yeah,
No.
in Arizona.
No.
But you've heard of it?
Yes.
Oh, she's heard of it, but no, she's never been there.
No, I have no interest.
Well, I'm
Not
on
because
stream,
of
so
that.
they should know
I'm
too.
not interested in desert.
Yeah,
I
she's
like
not
greenery.
interested in desert.
Greenery.
She likes greenery. So there you go. Thanks. All right. So there's your answer. She's never been there. She doesn't like the desert.
Oh, it's okay.
wow.
Just not for long term.
Yeah.
They go there to stay for the winter,
Yeah.
and I can do better than that, from my opinion.
Hi, Blinky.
You gotta go over to Sap Brothers, sir.
Oh, we gotta go over to
Yeah.
Sap Brothers.
If
Okay.
you don't have a hotel room here,
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
I don't know why everybody was here to begin
Okay,
with.
I'm on live stream, just so you know.
Well, hello there.
I just wanted to make you aware.
Are you
So-
gonna stay at this place?
I'm going over to Sap Brothers because I don't have a hotel room.
Okay. All right. And Sap Brothers is the place
See that?
where the bus is?
Yeah.
Okay.
Marcus is over there.
Yeah, I saw it. I didn't know. I heard some chatter come over the radio that we were parking in different spots, so I just figured I'd come over here because I figured that was space A, and then this was going to be overflow. But it's not a big deal. I'm here.
Well,
I don't care.
There's a quality in over there. We
Yeah.
have permission to park in their lot too.
Awesome.
Okay?
Awesome.
Basically, if you don't have a room here, you can't
Sure.
park over here.
Sure. Awesome. Hey. Thank you, man. Thank you, brother.
Not a problem.
Nice, good ride. See, 65 life wasn't that bad. We were, how far behind
5
were we?
minutes, if that.
Yeah, see,
And we
we
started
were
the
5
same-
minutes away, and we stopped where we started at the same time. 65 versus 70. What were you guys doing? 70, 75?
70. I had the cruise
70.
control set on
Yeah.
70.
So what? 5 miles an hour, 5 minutes difference. Not the end of the world. So, all right, we'll get over there and see if we can find a spot.
Okay.
Crystal, you're gonna lose your head by my mirror if you just stand there.
I'm trying to use the shade so I can see on
Okay.
and
All right, I will sit here for a
We got a
second
chainsaw
longer.
over
So
there.
you'll
We have a parking spot before that other guy gets it.
yeah,
Where's Marcus?
he's over at that place over there,
Is that
Saps
is that
Brothers.
Marcus now?
Yep. I'm kind of glad we're not parking this lot. This lot is very got a lot of big holes. Almost. Hey, if you had a little Volkswagen Bug, I think you'd get swallowed up by some of these holes. This lot is got some They need to come in here with a grader or a bobcat or something and kind of shift around some of this gravel. Don't forget the grease. Who needs grease? It's been my experience, diagnostic equipment offers multiple choice, so there's still room for human diagnostic. Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, you know, some things are getting a little too automated. I do like that some of the alignment machines do a lot of auto stuff, but I think some mechanics that maybe are not quite as qualified to use those machines that forget that they still need to lift the vehicle to check ball joints and stuff like that. I guess we could go here, yeah. We could go over here. You know, rely on that machine a little bit too much for speed and don't. So there's good and bad. I mean, it definitely helps, but you know, I think they still should sit there and lift the vehicle up.
Hey, 37.
Go ahead, Breaker.
Thank you. How about your sweet bits? You got it on?
Is that Ripta?
No.
Oh, sorry. It's just coming through a speaker. You kind of sound like him.
Ranky. I hope that's a good thing.
All you Southern people sound the same.
Yeah, well, y'all tried it. It sounds really, really good.
You know, the funny thing is, when I hang out with Southern people, I kind of start getting that Southern twang.
Hey, there you go.
All right, 10-4. All right, you have a good day.
You as well.
All right, so we are at our destination.
I'm out.
We're at our destination. I hate when that goes out. What went out? Okay. We're at our destination. I've got to go talk to Hippie Mama, and you know, we made it here safe. Nobody that I'm aware of got left behind. We have some nice room to stretch out, and yeah, I mean, I think I'm going to end the stream for right now. Yeah. I think we're going to end the stream for right now. I'll get in with Hippie, and we'll do that live where we talk about the mechanics account versus my account, and get that handled in its own separate live, so somebody can just see about that. That way they don't have to watch this entire live to find out. Did the smoker leave? We were both smokers, so unfortunately she was smoking and I was smoking. Oh, the smoker. Ha, you weren't talking about us smoking. I don't believe so. I don't know. I can't really answer that. Meeting. Yeah, I may film the meeting. I don't know what time it is. I got to find that out. Most text encounters solve problems. You know, just to touch on that real quick. Diagnostics has really kind of changed. I mean, I follow it. Like I said, I was a professional tech back in the early 2000s, and I do kind of try to keep up to date with the new stuff. With the complexities of the new systems comes new problems. There are times where corrosion creeps in, and each module is a networked computer, basically. They all intercommunicate between each other, just like computers on the internet, just in a closed network system. And the added complexity of all these various subsystems and their networking and their communication together definitely makes diagnostics in these days and age a lot more complicated than it used to be. So yeah, I mean, there's pluses and minuses. If you're not having wiring issues and stuff like that, the added self-diagnostics that is in these systems definitely can make diagnosing problems a lot easier. But when you run into situations like in Wisconsin where you get corrosion, or you get a wire that rubs, or you get a connector that goes from the inside of the vehicle to the outside that gets corrosion, it can really make diagnosing things a heck of a lot more complicated. Meeting is at 6 p.m. and it is 1:36. We got some time for me to figure out if I'm going to do the meeting. I probably will. I guess I'm kind of doing a side streamer thing unless I have to be, fixing a car is always going to take priority over streaming, getting somebody handled. So if I find out I have to work on something and I'm not available for the meeting, I can't guarantee I'll be there, but I'm going to try to do this streaming a little bit more, whatever the case. So, all right, well, I'm going to get off. Glad talking to you guys. Like I said, we're going to try to stay off the political stuff a little bit more in the future. I do like that I did kind of express my opinions on some things. I think some of you guys have been interested in what I have to say about it, and hopefully if you guys get to some of your other favorite streamers, they'll come up to me and we can have a little bit more in depth. Ooh, that's why I hate U-Hauls. He's gonna damage his car. Holy crap. Their dolly versus the dolly that we have in the Convoy, they have ramps that still stick out, and this guy just smashed those ramps into the bottom of his car because it was pitching around through this parking lot. And so his those ramps just dug into his car. That's really bad. That's what I like about the dolly that we have. The ramps come off, so you don't have that accidental damage. I spent a lot of time and effort picking out the right dolly. Right now I need to figure out, hey, Jeff, it's really early. I mean, there's Walmart, I guess. Lawn and garden. I got to find a place to mount these tires and rims for the dolly so we can actually use it efficiently. Let me know. Send me a text if this Walmart, I got to go deal with other stuff. Send me a text if this Walmart does tires, or if there's a place around here. All right? I got to get that done. So I just tasked Jeff with a new task.
I'm running over to Walmart.
Okay.
I thought you were done.
No, I'm ending it right now. All right, you guys have a great day, and I'll talk to you guys later. All right, bye-bye, guys.